Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is presented by Bell Tire. It is a cool and rainy evening here in the Motor City. The boys are back in town. The Tigers back home for a homestand, which starts here tonight. Game one of this four-game series featuring the Tigers and the Twins. And a check of the Central Division standings shows the Tigers a half game behind Cleveland. Minnesota right now in last place, 7 games behind. And we have the tarp on the field right now at the ballpark. Rain is falling, so we will have a bit of a delay to the start of tonight's ball game here at Comerica Park. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to Tigers Baseball. Mario and Pemba, Ron Allen. We are glad to have you with us here for game one of what will be a 4-game series against the Minnesota Twins. The Tigers getting back into that Central Division race. Not that they were ever out of it, Rod, but they're just a half game back now after really a good series in Cleveland.
Absolutely, and the road trip really didn't start out all that favorable for the Tigers when they dropped 3 or 4 in Texas, but they won the 2 games in Cleveland. That's a 500 road trip, and really that's what you want to do. Anytime you leave your home ballpark, you play 500 baseball, you'll be in things at the end.
All right, now the Tigers, we know what they can do offensively. These Minnesota Twins, they are struggling right now. They've lost 8 straight, but still in the middle of their lineup, they have a couple of pretty good hitters, and both of these teams have a dynamic duo going right now.
Well, when you start talking about Mauer and Morneau, they have been the 2 guys that have been staples for the Minnesota Twins, no matter how the pitching's doing, no matter how the rest of the offense is doing. They've got a couple of guys that just get lots of hits, and take a look at what they've done since May 1st. 59 hits between the 2 of them. Of course, Miguel Cabrera and Johnny Peralta have done their fair share. The big bonus here for the Minnesota Twins, the fact that Morneau is finally healthy, and Morneau also playing for a new contract. He's a free agent after this season.
And the big bonus for the Detroit Tigers these days is that they have Miguel Cabrera. I mean, this guy is pretty much on a different planet, Rod. We saw on this last road trip that when he is going good, there's nobody better than Miguel Cabrera.
Well, his IQ is just off the chain as far as baseball is concerned. And really the one thing that sets Miguel Cabrera apart, and there are many things. He has more talent than most guys, more power. He's very, very smart. But his ability to drive the ball to the big part of the ballpark is simply amazing. There's really no ballpark that can hold Miguel Cabrera. 3 home runs in that series, all on one night, all 3 of those balls towards center field. He has that kind of power. And the 2 home runs that he hit in Cleveland, and that series also went to right center field and to center field. So just an amazing talent, and he's really a joy to watch on a nightly basis.
All right, Tigers are back home. Good to be back in the home whites as the Tigers get ready to start the next homestand. The Twins, as we mentioned, have lost 8 consecutive ball games. Tigers winning that 2-game series in Cleveland. Hopefully good things beginning here tonight after a bit of a rain delay here at the ballpark. Coming up this evening, Rick Porcello will take the hill. He's been really good in his last 4 straight. Tigers Twins coming up. Hour rain delay, but that's okay. The Tigers and the Minnesota Twins will start this series here at Comerica Park. Here's the starting lineup for the visiting Minnesota Twins tonight, presented by the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Ron Gardenhire bringing his ball club into Comerica, struggling right now. They've lost 8 straight. They've got Carroll, Mauer, and Willingham at the top of the lineup. Justin Morneau, the designated hitter. Ryan Doman is in right field. Chris Parmelee is at first base. Dozier, Hicks, and Florimon, the bottom 3 for the Minnesota Twins. And tonight's starting pitcher is indeed Rick Porcello. He is presented by Family Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
First of all, let's take a look at the Tigers defensive alignment. It's always sponsored by Beaumont Health System. Jim Leland's got his left-handed lineup in there with Tuiasa Sopo in left and Garcia is in center field. Brian Pena getting his 2nd consecutive start and continues to do marvelous work behind the dish and getting better with each outing as far as learning the pitching staff.
All right, I jumped the gun a little bit. Now the starting pitcher tonight is Rick Porcello, presented by Family Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Yeah, the month of May has been Porcello's best month since coming to the major leagues back in 2009. You can see his overall numbers here, a .592 earned run average, but that number continues to come down because he's pitched very well lately.
Well, Miguel Cabrera had himself one whale of a road trip, and hopefully he'll continue that here on the homestand. But he hit 500 on the road trip, Rod, and this was something that, we expected him to have a pretty good season, but that road trip was just on a whole different level.
Well, he's the man. On Sunday, he had 3 home runs, and all 3 of the home runs center field and right center field. He's got massive power in that direction. That's one of the things that sets him apart from most right-handed batters, is the fact that he can really reach the seats in every single direction. He doesn't try to hit the ball to left field, just a dominant player, and right now playing about as well as we've seen him play since he's been in a Tigers uniform.
And for Miguel Cabrera, when you look at the numbers on the completed road trip, he was 12 for 24 with 5 home runs and 11 RBIs. And Cabrera having himself a whale of a month of May. And certainly he has put himself, I guess, in contention again for, dare you say, a Triple Crown, but certainly another batting title. We'll see how it all shakes out, but it's been one heck of a season.
Well, the numbers right now don't even compare as far as this time last year and where we sit right now as far as winning a Triple Crown. So Miguel Cabrera is picking up right where he left off last year.
Well, Cabrera's got a running mate in the offense. In fact, he's got a couple of them, but 2 guys that are really hot right now and 2 guys that are hot for the Minnesota Twins. One of them is Joe Mauer.
Well, Joe Mauer is one of those guys that gets tons of hits. The majority of his hits go the opposite way, but more importantly for Minnesota, they're very encouraged with what Justin Morneau has been able to do this year. He is a free agent after the season, and he's playing for his next contract. And of course, Miguel and Johnny with 56 hits between the 2 since May 1st. So just some outstanding players on that list, and we have 4 of them here in the ballpark this evening.
Tigers able to salvage the last road trip by beating Cleveland the last 2 games of that trip after dropping 3 out of 4 against Texas, and they come home tonight taking on a Minnesota Twins team that is limping. They were swept by the Atlanta Braves, and we'll see how they perform here tonight. While we have a moment before this one starts, let's check in with Shannon Hogan.
Hey, yeah, you guys, it was a late game last night in Cleveland. The game wrapping up after midnight, and normally on those late games, it takes a while for them to get on the plane, get back to Detroit, but the Gold Star went to the clubhouse manager, Jim Schmeichel, last night, getting things done, driving all the equipment back so they could get right on that plane. They made it back here in Detroit at about 3 o'clock.
And in plenty of time, obviously, to get this one going here tonight. But anytime you can shave off some arrival time coming off a road trip, it's certainly good. And Jim Schmeichel was able to do that last night for the Tigers.
That was huge. Schmeich took care of us last night.
Jamie Carroll leading it off for the Twins. Carroll, Mauer, Willingham in the first inning as Rick Porcello goes to work. And for Jamie Carroll, a .279 average, no home runs, and 5 RBIs so far this year, playing third base. Trevor Plouffe was placed on the disabled list yesterday, the 7-day concussion list. 1 ball, 1 strike on Jamie Carroll. And he taps one foul, make it 1-2 on the Minnesota leadoff man.
And Jamie Carroll, pretty nice backup player for the Minnesota Twins. He can play some third, he can play some short, he can play some second. And he puts the ball in play, chokes up a lot on that bat. Very seldom does he strike out.
Minnesota 18-25 under the guidance of Ron Gardenhire. It's been a decent start for them, but then again they've hit the skids, as we mentioned, 8 consecutive losses, so they're trying to get things turned around.
A week ago they were sitting right at 500 as a team.
Yeah, they were, and everybody was marveling at how well they had done out of the chute this year. Gardenhire has had a lot of success in Minnesota. 12th season now as the skipper of the Twins. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Bouncing ball third base side. Short hop scoop by Miguel. One gone.
That's a nice play there by Miguel. When you play down at the hot corner, you don't have a whole lot of time to decide whether you want to go back to create a good hop for yourself, or you have to play this really tricky hop. He chooses to come in. He gets the short hop and makes a difficult play look rather easy.
Always nice to keep the leadoff man off the bases. That is what Porcello has done. He's gotten a ground ball already in this game. As Joe Mauer stands in, batting in the 2 slot for Minnesota. Mauer at .337 this year, as he is back to the numbers that we are accustomed to seeing him put up. 2011 he battled some injuries. Last year a bounce back year, and this year really good numbers so far. Porcello is 1-0, missing inside with a fastball. 2-0. Mauer's always been a thorn in the Tigers' side. He is a career .321 hitter against Detroit. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Mauer looks at a strike on the outer edge. It's Country Joe behind the plate tonight, Joe West. Veteran umpire getting the call, calling balls and strikes on a chilly evening here at the ballpark. Here's the 2-1. Lifted back out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mauer in the month of May put together a 15-game hitting streak. Here's the 2-2. Down the right field line. That'll be a base hit. Mauer takes an aggressive turn but holds up. And it's a 1-out single.
And Joe Mauer doesn't do that very often. Very seldom does he hit the ball to the pull field. But if you hang him a breaking ball, as Porcello did there, Joe Mauer simply cleared the hips out of the way and put a really good swing on that baseball, as he does on most evenings.
First hit of the ball game for Minnesota. Josh Willingham will stand in now for the Twins. Willingham batting just .205. He's hit 6 home runs. And he looks at ball 1. There basically are 2 guys in the lineup here tonight that have done good work, and that would be Mauer and Morneau. Everybody else has been, well, the number is not quite what they had hoped. We mentioned Willingham just hitting .205. The 1-0 is a strike on the outer edge.
And Willingham is one of those guys you really don't want to pitch inside unless you go far off the plate inside. He's got tremendous power in that direction. Already 6 homers this season for Minnesota. Very seldom does he hit the ball to right field. That's where you want to get him out. Make him hit the ball the other direction.
2 balls and 1 strike.
One of the things I was noticing about Willingham, his batting average is .205, but his on-base percentage is .367, so he's still getting on base.
Yeah. About to mention that. In fact, he's been on base in 35 of the 39 that they played in. Numbers down from last year. Now the 2-1. Swing and a miss.
Since Porcello has come to the majors in 2009, he throws 2 ground balls for every fly ball, and one of those ground balls would definitely come in handy right here with the big slugger, Willingham, in the batter's box.
Morneau waiting on deck. Ground ball to third. Cabrera fires to second. Relay. There's your double play. It goes 5-4-3. Porcello gets out of the first inning with no damage. Here come the Tigers in the bottom of the first. Garcia at the bottom of the Detroit lineup, and they will face, as we mentioned, a left-hander. His name is Scott Diamond.
Scott Diamond's won 3 games this year. All 3 of his wins have come away from their ballpark in Minnesota, so he does nice work on the road. He's got a fastball anywhere from 89 to 93 miles an hour. Also nice little breaking ball and a changeup. Tim Hortons will sponsor the defensive alignment this evening for the Minnesota Twins. They have Willingham, Hicks, and Doman in the outfield. Parmalee, Dozier, Florimon, and Carroll in the infield, and Mauer is the catcher this evening.
And so here come the Tigers now. It'll be Omar Infante to lead it off, facing Scott Diamond. Infante batting leadoff for just the 3rd time this year, filling in for the injured Austin Jackson.
And when Diamond's at his best, he can really command his fastball, change speeds with the fastball. He works inside, he works outside.
In the air to left center field. On the move is Aaron Hicks, and 1 gone.
But the last time out there, he didn't stay out there very long. They said that Diamond was overthrowing, and therefore he got himself in some really fastball-friendly counts, and he just didn't have a good outing.
He's 26 years old, out of 12th Ontario, as Torrey Hunter stands in. Well, the Twins have really had a difficult time of getting through the 1st inning. They've allowed 50 first-inning runs so far this year, which is the most per game in the major leagues.
That's an awful lot when you really only have guys like Mauer and Morneau, for the most part, that has been consistent for Ron Gardenhire's offense.
Hunter straightens up on a pitch inside. 1 ball, 1 strike on Torrey. .313 average. He's knocked in 21. Diamond working quickly. The 1-1 pitch. Bouncing ball foul, third base side. Torrey went through a stretch early in May where he really slowed down after a big April, but he's starting to heat up again. Got a 4-game hitting streak going, batting .353 in that span. Here's the 1-2 pitch. He'll shoot that one to right field, base hit. So he continues to swing a hot bat. Hunter is aboard with a 1-out single.
That's a really nice 2-strike approach there by Torrey Hunter. And Jim Leyland said this is one of the lost arts in the major leagues these days. A lot of guys, when they get 2 strikes, they take big swings. Strikeouts are way up across the major leagues, whether it be the National League or the American League. But really short, quick swing there by Torrey Hunter. Solid single to right field.
So run that hitting streak now to 5 straight, in which he has hit .388. And Leyland happy about the sweep in Cleveland. He was happy to see what this guy did, Miguel Cabrera, who was an absolute monster on that last road trip. Strike 1 on Cabrera. Miguel has hit safely in his last 8 straight games, and has had a hitting streak of 12 in a row. That came in April. The 0-1. Missed inside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
And really, Diamond has had no answer for Miguel Cabrera. 16 at-bats for Miggy. 8 hits, a .500 batting average.
He's batting here with 1 on, 1 out. Just underway here at the ballpark. Tigers crack open a new homestand. Hunter draws a throw. Torrey this year with 1 stolen base. .52 RBIs now for Cabrera. 13 homers. Miguel, as a matter of fact, coming into this one, leading the American League in 5 different offensive categories. You look at the RBI leaders, a healthy lead now over Chris Davis. The Prince on that list as well. One ball, 1 strike. Fouled away, 1-2 on Cabrera.
You mentioned the fact that Miguel had 5 homers on the recently completed road trip, and had the Tigers been playing right here at Comerica Park, he would have only had 1 homer. Only one of his balls may have gone out had the Tigers been playing at home here. And that was the first home run he hit on Sunday night.
He takes high, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, the one he hit last night certainly would not have been a home run. It shouldn't have been, even in Cleveland. It went off the glove of Michael Bourne and over the fence.
Some folks were tweeting me and saying that that should have been a 4-base error. Seriously, what's your take on that? I mean, the ball should have been caught.
It should have been caught. I've never heard of a 4-base error.
Yeah, but I mean, how else would you call it, though?
No,
There's a high drive into deep left field. That is going to be a flat-out home run.
He's sick.
Unbelievable. After hitting 500 on the road trip, Cabrera comes home and he drills a 2-run shot.
Just a phenomenal player. Phenomenal talent.
And his numbers just got better against Scott Diamond.
We are watching an incredible stretch right now. It's a 2-2 fastball that kind of splits the plate. And when Miguel is standing in the batter's box, these are not going to get to the catcher's glove. The balance, the heads down, the hip rotation, you name it, he does everything right throughout his entire swing.
Home run number 14 on the season for Miguel Cabrera. And even in this ballpark, a no-doubter. Here's the 0-1 to Prince. Strike on the outer edge, 1-1, or 0-2 rather.
I guess that that number of runs given up by the Minnesota Twins just went up a couple in the very first inning. 52 now they've given up.
It has been a problem for Minnesota, and it continues here today with a 2-run shot by Miguel Cabrera. So Ron Gardenhire's team behind quickly. 1-2 on Prince. Cabrera now 54 RBIs on the season. And the 1-2. Popped him up. The pitcher is coming over, but he'll be called off by the first baseman Parmalee.
It's kind of getting to the point now, partner, that why would you even pitch to Miguel Cabrera when he's going through one of these stretches that he's going through right now? And I'm sure Ron Gardenhire is probably thinking about that right now. Next time Miggy comes up, we just might have to walk him.
Well, it's not comfortable pitching to Prince, who's sitting behind him, but this guy's just on another level right now.
You know, if you're the manager of the Minnesota Twins, you can sleep at night if you allow Prince Fielder to beat you. But I don't think you could sleep at night if you allow Miggy to beat you, as he's been beating a lot of teams here the last few days.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You know, I think even under normal circumstances, when Cabrera's not going as well as he is right now, you consider not pitching to him. But now, maybe you just might have to. And make that a definite instead of just considering it. Here's the 0-1. Martinez sends another one foul back out of play. 0-2. Trying to think of anybody at any time that we've done games here that has been on this kind of stretch that Cabrera has going now.
I can't help you on that one.
Well, when Pudge first got here, he had some really good months, but not to this level where he's driven as many runs, hit as many homers. In fact, Miguel came in batting .418 in the month of May. And the month of May is rapidly winding down and has about another week to go.
Miguel looks like he's playing with a bunch of guys that are in Little League.
It's true. Here's the 1-2. Bouncer back up the middle. That's going to get through. Base hit. Martinez aboard.
One thing about the Minnesota Twins, especially their starting rotation, they don't miss a lot of bats. As a matter of fact, 84% of the pitches that Diamond throws, contact is made. So they don't have guys that can throw the ball by you. They don't get lots of strikeouts. Therefore, their defense really has to work hard and catch every single ball that's hit on the ground in the air, because you know your pitchers aren't going to get you many strikeouts.
Here's Johnny Peralta. Ball 1 to Johnny. And you know, Rod, in the past that had worked. I mean, they had a bunch of guys in the rotation that didn't walk anybody and relied on their defense, and they won some games doing that.
That much is true. That's when they were playing in the Metrodome, and as I think back, they pretty much tailored their team to play on that artificial surface in Minnesota.
There's a strike on Peralta.
Good defenders in the infield. They had lots of speed. They knew how to position themselves against all the hitters.
And they had that aura of playing in that ballpark where you just expected as a visitor for something to go wrong at any point. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Good changeup there by Diamond. He's probably going to have to do a little bit more of that today, especially in fastball counts, because he doesn't have enough giddy up on his fastball to throw it by this Tigers team, because they feast on fastballs.
Johnny's had a good month of May. 365 for Peralta this month. Here's the 1-2. Country Joe punches him out. A little bit of a delayed call, but he got him strike 3, and that is that. However, Mr. Cabrera works his magic again. A 2-run shot. 2-0.
Second, the Tigers with a 2-run lead. Jim Leyland talking a little bit about Austin Jackson before the game today and mentioning that he is supposed to be coming back on Monday. We're not sure if that's on schedule. He hasn't been able to do any kind of physical activity yet, but he has been receiving treatment. And Jim Leyland said he had a good talk with him yesterday about how far he was. He says he doesn't want Austin Jackson 85%. He wants close to 100% or as close as he can get to that. So they're not going to rush Austin back here, you guys. But I know that this is a Tigers team that when Austin Jackson is here, they're doing well. And Max Scherzer is down there in the dugout right now, by the way, throwing some kind of snacks or chips at me or something. So he's on my list. I can see you down there. I'll put it back to you. Stop.
There he is. Way to go, Maxwell.
They're seeds. I mean, they're harmless, but still, he's trying to get me off my mark here.
All right, Shannon, thanks. Well, there's no doubt the Tigers offense certainly runs a little bit better with Jackson at the top. But Rod, the guys that have filled in have done a pretty good job. As Morneau leads it off and grounds one foul.
They really have, whether it's Infante leading off or Andy Dirks, who leads off against right-handers. The team still runs efficiently, but not as well as when Jackson's out there. And I think Jim said something that kind of stuck with me, that he doesn't want this thing lingering all year. And there are times when you do have a hamstring injury. If you try to come back too soon and you're not quite 100%. Next thing you know, 2 weeks from now, you might have to get DL'd again. And Jim just does not want that to happen with Austin because, just face it, he needs his legs to do what he does best in center field, and that's run down fly balls.
Morneau fouls another one back out of play. 0-2 on the Minnesota leadoff man here. Morneau, Doment, and Parmelee. Well, in the interim, Dirks has done a nice job in the leadoff slot. We know Infante can handle it as well. He's gotten a couple of reps there. But Jackson has been the really the best option at that for the Tigers over the past couple of years. A guy that can score 100+ runs a season, get the offense going, and of course patrol center field like nobody else. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And a ground ball to first base, but fouled. Porcello got himself a double play ball back in the first. After a single by Mauer, Willingham had hit into the 5-4-3. Morneau has hit safely in 18 of his last 20. And a really good series against Atlanta, even though Minnesota was swept by the Atlanta Braves. And that is a fair ball. He just poked it inside the bag at third base. Morneau is on his way to second, and it's a ground rule double. Leadoff 2-base hit here in the second inning.
And Morneau looks a whole lot better now than he looked when the Minnesota Twins were here. He was pulling off everything, trying to pull everything, but that's a pretty good sinker at 92 down and away. And somehow he's able to slice that ball in between the bag down the third baseline for a double. And so that's one of the reasons why his numbers have perked up in the month of May. He is not as pull happy as he was the first month of the season.
And he is on pace for a very good year. He's knocked in 31 already as a strike is called on Ryan Doment. Tigers lead 2-0 on the home run by Miguel Cabrera. Doment batting .227 and only 3 for 17 this year against Detroit pitching. Hits that one in the air to right field, straight at Torrey Hunter. And Morneau will hold at second base. One gone. Well, when we saw these Twins early in the season, and that of course was at the beginning of the year, the Tigers opened the season in Minnesota, we felt that this Twins team might have a pretty good offense. They had some guys in the middle of their lineup that we felt could do a good job. They had the rookie Hicks at the top of their lineup, but he has struggled. And Minnesota as a team has come in batting .246.
Well, they're not really getting any production out of their second baseman, their center fielder, their shortstop. But they're young and they're getting every opportunity to play. Some of them probably should still be in the minor leagues, but I mean, this is just what they're dealt with.
Some raindrops starting to fall now at the ballpark as Porcello faces Parmelee, and he almost hit him.
It's a good pitch. Make a guy move his feet. That opens up that outside corner for a real nice sinker, or he can simply go with a nice little changeup fading down and away from the left-handed hitting Parmelee.
Parmelee has power. 17 homers last year at AAA. He's hit 3 this year in the big leagues. And he grounds that one foul. 1-2 on Parmelee. Porcello trying to strand the leadoff double as Brian Dozier waits on deck. Missed inside. We talked about how well Porcello has been pitching. He really has put together 4 good starts in a row. The month of May has been his in his career. 13-6 in May. 3.13 ERA. Here's a line drive to left and a base hit. Morneau coming to third. They're going to stop him there as Tuiasa Sopo gets it back in. Single for Parmelee.
And Porcello probably going to have to come inside a little bit more aggressive on some of the left-handed batters. We've seen a couple of decent pitches thrown by Porcello, one to Morneau and that one to Parmelee, that both guys just kind of stuck their bats out and hit the ball the other way. And so it's going to be imperative for him that the left-handers aren't that comfortable that they can simply take a pretty good pitcher's pitch and get a base hit on it.
So here's Brian Dozier now with the tying runs on. We're in the second. Tigers have a 2-0 lead. Dozier batting just .206. Strike one. And while Dozier by and large has not done well against Tigers pitching this year, just 1 for 16, he is 3 for 5 against Porcello, including a home run. 1-1. .32 now thrown by Porcello, and you see the first inning he threw 17. Second inning now working on a 17 pitch frame. That's hit back up the middle. Tough hot Peralta knocks it down, flips to second one. Not in time. That'll score a run. So Dozier will get an RBI. Morneau comes around to score to make it 2-1.
And this ball jumped up and bit Peralta. Looked like he may have got him on the left shoulder. And by the time he picked it up, got it into Infante. Too late for them to turn it over. In perfect position, ball jumps up, catches him on the left tricep or shoulder. But he's able to find it to at least get the force out.
Here's Aaron Hicks now with 2 outs. Here's the young man we were talking about moments ago. He started the season as the leadoff man for the Minnesota Twins. Highly touted prospect. Had a big spring camp. Had a big year last year, Double-A. But batting just .157.
He has hit for a little bit of power in the month of May. The 4 home runs that he's hit have all come in May, which is the most of anybody on their team in the month of May. But really from the left side of the plate, just not hitting this year. He's doing better as a right-handed hitter, but just not getting a lot of hits, batting left-handed.
Here's the 1-0, and it's grounded toward first base, foul.
I saw Torrey Hunter talking to Hicks before the game, and they were both smiling, and I'm sure Torrey Hunter was probably giving the young man some words of encouragement to hang in there and just keep working hard, and things will turn around for you. He's got a lot of physical skills.
What's the biggest adjustment in your mind jumping from Double-A to the big leagues in 1 year?
Well, swinging at the strikes and not swinging at balls. That's usually what happens to young players up here. The game speeds up. They start thinking too much. They get good pitches to hit. They take them. Then they swing at the bad pitches.
Runner goes. Pena's throw. The tag is tardy. And a stolen base for Dozier.
Dozier picked the perfect pitch to run on. It was a slow breaking ball. Pena had to wait for it, and Dozier got himself a couple of extra steps because of that, and was able to steal that base rather easily.
Fourth stolen base of the year for Brian Dozier. We'll put the tying run at second base. 2-1 on Aaron Hicks. Strike call, 2-2.
Good pitch. Nice little change up there. And Hicks looking for a fastball, obviously, and he should have been a 2-1 count.
Tigers jumped out to the 2-0 lead on the Cabrera home run in the first inning. But the Twins have battled back here. They got a leadoff double from Morneau. And they've been able to score him. Hicks does lead American League rookies in RBIs with 16. Swing and a miss. Porcello takes care of him to end the inning, and Minnesota settles for 1 run. We go to the bottom of the second. Detroit is brought to you by Comerica Bank, a part of Detroit and the community since 1849. Chrysler, imported from Detroit, and by Oscar Mayer beef, hot dogs, and bologna. Back here at Comerica Park, a little bit drizzly right now, a little bit cool. The temperature in the 40s, low 40s, so that means bundle up. As the Tigers come to the plate now in the bottom of the second, they have Tuiasosopo, then Pena, then Garcia. Matt batting .341. He has really provided the Tigers with a little bit of punch off that bench. He's got 12 RBIs this year. And Diamond misses outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Diamond gave up the 2-run shot to Cabrera in the first. Scott is 26 years old, born in Guelph, Ontario. 12-game winner last year in 27 starts for the Twins. 3-1. He's fallen behind on Tuiasosopo. Pulled into left, a base hit. He just continues to hit. Leadoff man on for the Tigers. Hey, tomorrow night the Tigers battle the Twins at 7:08. All fans are invited to stick around, enjoy the fabulous postgame fireworks display. For tickets, call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com. It's the best fireworks show in the league, don't you think?
I do. First one of the season as well.
That's right. Stick around for that after the ball game tomorrow night. Here's Brian Pena. Second consecutive start for Pena, who really had himself a good road trip. Had a good night last night, a 3-hit night in Cleveland.
Pena really getting comfortable behind the plate with each rep that he gets. He is learning that Tigers pitching staff, and it's not easy to do when you come from a new organization, even though you've gone through spring training. Because Alex Avila was getting ready for the season. Pena didn't get to catch all that much in spring training. So it's been somewhat of a learning curve for him as the season has begun.
Here's the 1-1. It's on the ground to third. This is looking like a double play. 5-4-3. 2 outs. Base is empty. Hit it right at Jamie Carroll, who is in on the grass.
This is about as tailor-made as they get. A nice feed by Carroll to Dozier, and Dozier able to turn it over.
Carroll has always been known as a steady glove man. And now each side with a double play in this game. Here's Garcia, and he takes a big rip. 0-1. Garcia hit his first home run, his first big league home run on the last Tigers homestand against the Houston Astros. The 0-1 pitch. Make it 0-2. Avisail showed really a variety of skills last year. Showed off his throwing arm in the outfield. His ability to hit the other way. Power they feel will certainly come because of his build.
And for a guy that size, he's got great speed.
Yeah, that he does. He moves well. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bouncing ball toward third. Here comes Carroll again. And Garcia is out by half a step. Here was some of that speed you talked about. No runs, 1 hit, nobody left. Tigers baseball tonight presented by Bell Tire. Right, his last 4 have been awfully good when you use the first 4 as a backdrop.
Well, those first 4, only 35% of the time Porcello was throwing his signature pitch, which is the 2-seam fastball. And the numbers aren't pretty, but the last 4 starts, he's gone up to about 55-60% sinker balls thrown, and the numbers are a whole lot better. The opponent's hitting only .211 against Rick in his last 4 outings.
Here's Pedro Florimon to lead it off. Number 9 hitter for Minnesota, Florimon, and then Carroll and Mauer. .242 batting average for the Minnesota shortstop. He pulls that one into right field, base hit. He's going to take a turn and hold up as Torrey gets over there.
Porcello's numbers had been pretty good this year against left-handed batters. They are a lot better than they were a season ago. Left-handers kind of had their way against Rick, but he's already given up 4 hits today to left-handers, 2 on that slow breaking ball, 1 to Florimon, 1 to Mauer, and the other 2 hits have gone the opposite way, one by Parmelee and the other one by Morneau. So he just needs to get that breaking ball down.
Right, he's batting .310 against him. And here is Carroll, who bounced out his first time up. Porcello already has 1 double play in his back pocket. Carroll takes a strike. Jamie Carroll is 39 years old now, still going strong. He's played with the Dodgers, Cleveland. Spent a few years with the Indians here in the Central Division, Colorado, Montreal, Washington. He's been around so long, he was actually drafted by the Expos.
This much we do know. He is probably happy that he's not in Los Angeles anymore. How about those Dodgers, man? What is going on in L.A.?
I don't know. Really good question. They have a serious payroll there. But the Dodgers have really underperformed. Here's a ground ball to third out of the reach of Cabrera into left field. Florimon heading to third base, and he's going to get there. Meanwhile, Carroll goes to second, and he's safe. Well, you talk about aggressive base running by Florimon, straight in the face of Tuiaso Sopo.
Good hustle play here. First of all, if you're Miguel Cabrera at third base, you have to respect the fact that Carroll will bunt, so he's drawn in, so he can't make the play. And then Florimon didn't hesitate. He came up and he just challenged Tuiaso Sopo, and then when the ball went to third base, nice hustle by Jamie Carroll. So this is a really good hustle play by the Minnesota Twins.
And because of that, now they have runners at second and third. Carroll gets a single and then advances to second on the throw.
And Joe Mauer takes the first pitch 9 out of 10 times, but this might be a chance for him to swing at the first pitch fastball if Porcello gives him one. But usually Mauer not in a hurry to swing the bat.
Base hit back in the first for Mauer. Average now at 341. Well, he took a swing at the first pitch.
He's a smart hitter. I mean, he's just smart. And we talk about Miguel Cabrera and his baseball IQ. And Mauer's pretty smart himself.
Here's the Farmers Insurance report card as we check out the month of May. Highest batting average, Cabrera and Mauer, both over 400. Two really good hitters. And for Joe Mauer, 414, for Cabrera, 425.
Well, they both use the entire baseball field. Miguel has tremendous power the other way. Mauer gets lots of hits the other way, does not have near the power that Miguel Cabrera has, but a really good hand-eye coordination, and usually when he makes contact, it's a base hit.
Ball high, 1-2. Steady rain has been falling now for about an inning. Temperature at the ballpark right now 43, so we thought summer was here. We've taken a bit of a step back. That's low, 2-2. So a big challenge now for Porcello. The first two men are on here, and you've got Mauer, Willingham, and Morneau, the 2, 3, and 4 hitters to deal with nobody out. That'll get fouled back out of play.
I like that pitch choice right there, going upstairs with the fastball. Mauer likes the ball down, so if you go up, you might get him to pop up. It might not be all bad to go right back up there again to see if you can get him to swing again at it.
Mauer had a 15-game streak here in the month of May, which is the 4th longest so far. Just off the plate, 3-2 on Joe Mauer.
We watch Cabrera do this on a nightly basis. Fall behind, no balls, 2 strikes, and then he works the count back to his favor, as Mauer has done here. Now it's 3-2.
And there's a base hit to left. Mauer doing what he does best. He goes the other way to knock in a run. 3 straight hits here in the third for the Indians. And they have tied this one up at 2. And right now we go to the studio. We check in with Ryan Field. All right, Ryan, thank you. Well, here it is 2-2 now as the Twins have come back.
And 3 of the left-handers has gotten hits just like this one today. Morneau, Mauer, and Parmelee just slapping the ball the other way.
Twins now have 6 hits in this game, and Mauer has 2 of them plus an RBI. And still nobody out in this inning. 3 consecutive hits for Minnesota. Jeff Jones has had a quick talk with Rick Porcello. Willingham, the batter, he bounced into a 5-4-3 double play back in the first. Another big rip by Willingham.
And Jim always talks about these types of situations, and I'm sure that was part of the message that Jones delivered to Porcello. Forget about Carroll on third base. More than likely he's going to score. But you need to try to limit the damage with the other guys in the lineup. You're going through the heart of the lineup right now, and you can't try to prevent him from scoring.
Missed inside. Darren Downs heating up in the Detroit bullpen. You see the numbers on Rick by inning. A 23 pitch second. And the 1-1. High fly ball deep into left field. Tuiasosopo back, track, walled, and gone. A long home run for Josh Willingham.
The Minnesota Twins have lost 8 games in a row, and you knew they would come in here ready to play. Ron Gardenhire's teams are always ready to play. 7th big fly of the year for Josh Willingham.
And it's a biggie, a 3-run shot. That makes it a 4-run inning and a 5-2 lead for Minnesota. And all Tuiasosopo could do is watch it fly. Here's Morneau. So the first 4 Twins reach. Exclamation point on the home run by Willingham.
And this game far from over.
There's a ground ball to second. That'll be routine for Infante. Morneau is out of there. 1 gone.
Starting pitching has not been one of the strengths this year of the Minnesota Twins. And so the Tigers will get back in this game, no doubt. Well, ask and you shall receive. Here's where they sit. Their numbers aren't pretty as far as the ERA, innings pitched, opponent's batting average.
That innings pitched number, Rod, I think is one of the biggest ones. I mean, when you talk about the fewest innings pitched from the starting rotation, that really taxes your entire staff. All the way to the back end of your bullpen.
No question. They had a pretty good bullpen. They have pitched well, but they got some guys down there probably getting a little tired now because they've gotten so many reps, because the starters have not stayed out there very long.
Ryan Doumit, the batter. 2-1 on Doumit. If you're a manager, you would rather have the problem of finding innings for your relievers as opposed to finding them rest. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a miss. 2-2. And the Tigers, by and large, their starting rotation has, for the most part, gone deep into games. But for the Twins, it has been the opposite. Parmelee waiting on deck. Here's the 2-2. It's off the plate, 3-2. That's in the air, center field. Garcia. And there are 2 gone. And that will leave it up to Parmelee. .60 thrown now by Porcello. 41 have been strikes. 19 balls. Single by Florimon. Single by Carroll. Single by Mauer. 3-run homer by Willingham. That's how this inning has gone. There's another base hit. This one off the bat of Parmelee.
Left-handers wearing Rick out today.
He's got Jim Leyland off his seat.
Yeah, he's given up a total of 8 hits. And 6 of those have gone to guys that are swinging the bat left-handed here today.
Here's the 8th man to bat in the inning. It'd be Brian Dozier now with 2 out and a man aboard. Dozier at 205. Fielder's choice ground ball scored a run. That was back in the 2nd. The 2-0 Tigers lead has disappeared. It's now 5-2 Minnesota. I mentioned that 8-game losing streak the Twins had coming into this game tonight. It was their longest losing streak since September of 2011. 8 straight games. Check swing, but he went. 0-2 on Dozier. Ground ball to second. Infante will throw him out to end the inning, but it's a big inning for Minnesota. 8 men to the plate, and they score 4 runs.
Against the Twin starter Scott Diamond. There's that man again, Miguel Cabrera, with a 2-run shot, but the Minnesota Twins not going quietly. They scored 1 in the 2nd inning, and then they came back to score 4 in the 3rd inning. The biggest blow coming off the bat of Josh Willingham for a 3-run home run into the left field seat. So the Minnesota Twins come in having lost 8 in a row and not trying to go to 9.
So the Tigers down by 3 now, have Omar Infante leading it off. Top of the lineup for the Tigers, Infante, Hunter, and Cabrera. Facing Scott Diamond, who gave up the 2-run shot in the 1st. Got a change defensively for Minnesota. Eduardo Escobar is the new shortstop. Pedro Florimon is out of the game. We'll wait on word for Mr. Florimon. High fly ball center field. Aaron Hicks has a beat on this one. And Infante is out.
Yeah, this may be it right here, him diving into third base, stretching that single for Carroll, and good base running.
Yeah, he didn't look real healthy getting up. So he is out of the game. Escobar taking over for him. Here's Torrey Hunter, who's singled. That was back in the first. Ball high to Torrey.
It's about every right-hander that's gone to the plate, with the exception of the fastball that he missed right down the heart of the plate to Miguel, which resulted in a 2-run home run. Diamond's been staying away from all the righties.
Scott Diamond started the season on the disabled list. Elbow surgery in the offseason. Bone chips removed from his elbow. Broken bat rolled towards short. Escobar bobbles it, and he stayed with it nicely. 2 gone.
No panic here for Escobar. And not a clean exchange, but he throws the ball over the top and pretty firm across the diamond to get Torrey Hunter by 1 step.
Well, Diamond now will face Cabrera with the bases empty. Miggy hit a 2-run shot in the first. Upping his hitting streak to 9 straight. No balls and 1 strike. It is time now for the AT&T trivia question. Prior to Miguel Cabrera, who is the last Tigers player to reach at least 50 RBIs in their first 44 games? Miguel now has 54 with his 2-run homer. Last Tiger to do it in the first 44 games. There's the strike. Are we going to have to dig out another black and white photo for the answer on this?
Every day.
It seems like it.
Every day. Pretty good chance he's got a statue here too, whoever he is, if he's done something like that.
Here's the 0-2. Got him that time. Cabrera goes down swinging. 1, 2, 3 inning for Scott Diamond. 3 in the books here at Comerica. Detroit is brought to you by Arby's. Try Arby's new King's Hawaiian roast beef sandwich. Arby's, slicing up freshness. And by Bell Tire. Get the lowest tire price, period. Bell Tire. Back here in the Motor City, hot cocoa is perfect on a night like tonight. Kids are still loving it, though, even though the Twins have a 5-2 lead. Look at Paws hanging out. Porcello goes back to work, trying to rebound after a rocky third in which he gave up 4 runs. Strike one is the call on Aaron Hicks. Hicks, Escobar, and then Jamie Carroll. 0 for 1 in this ball game for Hicks. A strikeout back in the second. Now the 0-1 pitch. Drops down a bunt. Who's going to want it? Porcello, forget it. It is late. It was placed right between the pitcher and the catcher.
There was some communication here between Pena and also Porcello. Pena peeled off, and by the time Porcello picked it up, not able to get Aaron Hicks.
Bunt single for Hicks. Here's Escobar. First at bat in this ball game as he takes over for Florimon. And Porcello hits the outside corner. 0-1. That hit now gives Minnesota 9 already. They took the lead courtesy of a big third, a 3-run homer by Willingham, part of that frame.
Aaron Hicks over at first base has 4 steals this season. He's been caught once.
Hicks in the minor leagues stole quite a few bases. In fact, he swiped 32 last year at Double-A New Britain, which is part of his game. 1 ball, 1 strike on Escobar. Currently in an 0 for 9 stretch. Way outside. 2 balls, 1 strike.
And Porcello has been all the way up to 93 this evening, and he has gone as low as 77 with either his changeup or his curveball. Those readings are always courtesy of Xfinity.
Now the 2-1. 2-2 on Escobar.
You know, Hicks, when he came to the big leagues this year, the scouting report was similar to Austin Jackson when the Tigers made the deal for Austin. He could play defense right now in the major leagues and play really good defense in center field. Really good speed, but would take a little while before the bat really came around. Of course, Jackson, when he burst on the scene as a rookie, he had a pretty good offensive season. Took a step back his sophomore season, but he was back in that 3rd year. So the Minnesota Twins believe that Aaron Hicks is going to be a premium player in the big leagues for a long time.
Runner goes. He stumbled. Now he'll head back to first base, and Pena lost the handle on it.
He didn't get a very good jump on the initial steal attempt, so he just quickly stopped and got back to the base. He's probably wishing he had gone now.
He is now. That's exactly what he's thinking. Man, I had me a steal. Here's that jump. Oop. And this is where he gets upset right there. There he goes. And it's hit towards short. Peralta, nice backhanded play. He'll get the out at first, and Hicks moves to second. 1 out. We were talking about Jackson when he burst out of the scene. As you said, he had 293 as a rookie.
Yeah, but they weren't expecting that, though. I mean, the book on Jackson was great defender, tremendous defender, and he has been that. But they didn't know if he would hit in his very first year, but he did a marvelous work, Lloyd McClendon. It really helped Jackson, and Jackson was utilizing that leg kick back then. And he had a really good rookie season.
Yeah, he had 181 hits as a rookie.
He was in the Rookie of the Year conversation.
That he was. Ball inside to Jamie Carroll. Carroll had a single, scored a run back in the third. 1 for 2. Hey, there's Austin Jackson.
Chopping it up with somebody down there.
The guy who has filled in admirably on occasion in center field, Andy Dirks.
Because Fister don't talk all that much.
No, sort of a quiet fella. Spin move back to second and the runner back in there. The Twins with 9 hits, 7 of them singles. They have 1 double and 1 homer. And Rick has always been a pitcher that has given up a lot of hits in his starts. Fires that one low and away. 2-0. Joe Mauer is waiting on deck, and he already has 2 hits in this ball game tonight. 9 hits for Minnesota, 4 for the Tigers. There's another base hit, to this one to right field, right in front of Torrey Hunter. It won't score the run, but Carroll has his 2nd hit. And the Twins just keep pecking away. That's their 10th hit of the night.
And Carroll chokes up on that bat, and therefore very difficult to strike out. That's a changeup there by Porcello. And an outstanding swing by Jamie Carroll.
75 pitches now for Mr. Porcello as Mauer stands in. Joe up to 345 with his 2 singles. And Darren Downs, who was up earlier, he is once again throwing in the Detroit bullpen.
And Jim may be thinking about right now if he's going to slow down this Minnesota offense today. It might be with a left-hander because they have so many guys in their starting lineup today. Swinging the bat from the left side.
And the lefties by and large have done a really good job here against Porcello. 7 for 11. Here's the 1-1. Bouncing ball to short. Peralta fires the second one, and the relay is in time. So he got another double play. We get him out of a jam. 3.5 in the books here at Comerica Park. light. Tigers are on the board with a couple of runs courtesy of Miguel Cabrera's 2-run shot in the first inning. That's all they've been able to do in this game so far. However, maybe that'll change here in the 4th inning against Scott Diamond. Fielder Martinez and Peralta facing the Twins lefty. He's retired 5 straight, got the Tigers in order back in the 3rd. Fouled straight back, 0-1. Diamond has done really good work away from Target Field. He's 3-0 with an ERA a little bit over 1 on the road this year, 1.42. So technically almost 1.5. But his earned run average at home is north of 8. Here's the 0-1. Make it 0-2 on Prince. It's funny how sometimes you get the home road splits that are just heavily weighted one way, and that's the way it is for Diamond. 0-4 at home this year. Lefty facing lefty here. The 0-2 pitch. Missed it high and outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fielder popped up back in the first, 0-1. Martinez, then Peralta to follow. Tigers so far have been limited to 4 hits. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Off the plate, 2-2. Fielder had 6 hits on the road trip. Came in as a lifetime .300 hitter against the Twins. Low and away, now it's full, 3-2.
And those hits that Prince was getting on the road trip were big hits. And because Ron Washington and also Terry Francona, they were pitching around Miguel Cabrera, and rightfully so. And every time they did it, Prince made them pay.
Popped up. Left side of the infield, Carroll calling. Carroll catching. 1 out. Hey, you can celebrate the 45th anniversary of the '68 championship team this Saturday prior to the Tigers-Twins game at 4:08. The first 10,000 fans receive a '68 World Series 45th anniversary commemorative coin. It's courtesy of Bell Tire. Call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com. The '68 team was down 3-1. Ripped off 3 straight wins and won the World Series over the Cardinals. There's a strike on Victor Martinez. Victor had a single back in the first inning. Diamond with the 0-1 and a strike called 0-2. Six in a row retired by the Twins left-hander. Chopper hit to the shortstop. Escobar is positioned there. Martinez is out. 2 away. And bring up Johnny Peralta. We're talking a little bit about that '68 team on the pregame show, and one of the things that kind of gets lost in that '68 series, Lola pitched so well. Obviously, there were some big hits, some big plays, but Mayo Smith decided to play Mickey Stanley at short in that series because the Tigers had 4 really productive outfielders. Can you imagine taking a guy, Rod, in the World Series that had never played a shortstop position and throwing him out there?
Takes guts.
Oh, that's for sure.
And Mayo had guts, apparently. Here's a strike call. 0-2 on Johnny Peralta. Tigers win it in '68, win it in '84, and they've had a couple of chances since. Of course, 06 and last year. Peralta struck out in the first inning. And he stays alive by fouling that one off. Johnny has hit safely in 30 of his last 35 contests for the Tigers. And Diamond right now working in a nice rhythm. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Checked it. Did he go? He did, says Country Joe. And it's going to be a 1-2-3 inning for Scott Diamond. He has retired 8 straight.
A 6-time All-Star, Travel led the Tigers to the World Series title in 1984, batting a spectacular .450, capturing MVP honors. Classic Tigers presented by
Rick Porcello's first start of the year, and there's Josh Willingham playing long ball that afternoon. And tonight, Josh Willingham also has hit a home run against Rick Porcello. Tonight's homer, a 3-run variety.
Well, Willingham has done good work versus Porcello. How about 7 for 12? A couple of long balls now. And the home run was key back in the 4-run third for Minnesota. Rick back out there. He's thrown 78 pitches so far. First one is a breaking ball that hooks inside. 1-0. Willingham, Morneau, and Doumit as we play here in the 5th inning. Rain delay to the start of this one here tonight. So we got started a bit late. Ground ball foul down the third base line.
Talking about Willingham, his first time up today, and he's one of those guys that really, you just can't let him pull the baseball. I mean, if you're a Porcello, you have to stay outside against him. You have to change speeds and keep him off balance, and you have to make him hit the ball the other way. As you can see, the majority of his hits are to left field, just one hit to right.
That last stat was pretty fascinating. 28 hits, only one of them to right field.
And really, you don't really mind giving up a hit to him the other way because his power is not in that direction. Now, I'm not saying he won't hit a home run that way, but I mean, the numbers don't lie.
Here's the 2-1. 2-2 the count. Josh Willingham.
Willingham also gets hit a lot, just like Prince Fielder. He's been hit 7 times already this year.
Doesn't that lead the league? That's down the right field line foul.
How many's Prince have?
6.
It probably does. They were right up there neck and neck last year.
Yep.
Both guys stand right on top of the dish. They don't give in to the inside fastball. Therefore, both guys get hit quite often.
Bender, and he missed with it. 7 officially does lead the American League. 7 hit by pitchers. Porcello thought he had a strikeout in that last pitch.
Looked like a pretty good pitch.
And now he's going to have to come back on 3-2. And here it is. Ground ball left side in the hole. Peralta backhands it. And he throws it away into the seats. And Willingham will take second. Johnny is about as accurate as they come with his throws. That one just sailed away over the head of Prince Fielder.
Only the third air of the year, and by Porcello. By Peralta. He missed the Prince by about 10 feet.
Prince didn't even, well, he knew he had no shot. So now Porcello will have to dig deep here. That's an error on Johnny Peralta. Here's Justin Morneau. Big swing there for Morneau. Double and a ground out in this game. Morneau batting a healthy .316. Had a really nice series in that Atlanta series, 6 for 12. Braves sweeping Minnesota. In the air to center. Garcia coming on. One out.
The right fielder, Ryan Doman.
We'll bring up Ryan Doman. We've got word on Pedro Florimo, and he injured his right index finger, a sprain of his right index finger. That's why he left the game. Doman, a couple of fly balls, 0 for 2. Minnesota tonight 4 for 9 with men in scoring position. Ball low. Porcello behind now, 2-0 on Doman. And it's in for a strike, 2-1. Rick, by and large, tonight was pretty good on first pitch strikes. He was 14 of 20 coming into this inning. He is approaching 100 pitches, though. That was number 90. His pitch count has been much higher than Scott Diamond's tonight. That is popped up shallow left. Tuiasosopo. 2 gone. Here's that AT&T trivia question again. We're talking about Miguel Cabrera. And the question was, prior to Cabrera, who is the last Tiger player to reach at least 50 RBIs in their first 44 games? And the answer is Hank Greenberg back in 1937.
And indeed, he does have a statue out there and his number on the wall.
And grounded foul.
More than likely, Miguel Cabrera will be the last player in Tigers history to wear number 24. That number will go bye-bye when he shuts it down.
Cabrera is going to go down as one of the greatest greatest hitter in Tigers history, but in the history of baseball, I think, once he shuts it down. I mean, sometimes you just look at him and you marvel at how easy a very, very difficult game is for him. It's very simple at times.
He's great. With a capital G.
Here's the 1-1. I think other players look at him sometimes, watch him play sometimes, and think, how in the world is this so easy for this guy?
No doubt. Because it's not supposed to be that easy up here. These are the best players in the world.
Two balls and 1 strike on Chris Parmelee. 2 gone here in the 5th. Back out of play, 2-2. Couple of singles for Parmelee, 1 in the 2nd, 1 in the 3rd, 2 of the 10 Minnesota hits. Off the plate. And it's full now, 3-2.
That's a few pitches now that Rick has thrown up there with 2 strikes that he felt like were strike 3, but Joe West not giving him the call. Country Joe West, that is.
He's been calling Major League Baseball games, umpiring Major League Baseball games, I should say, since 1976.
Good job if you can get it.
Yeah, because if you can do it well, you'll stick around a long, long time. He has also umpired 5 World Series. Three and two. And he lost him, ball 4. So Parmelee on for the 3rd time in this game, and that's going to be the first walk for Porcello tonight.
The second baseman, Brian Dozier.
So one thing he's done a really good job of this year is limiting the base on balls.
That started all the way back in spring training, where I think he got all the way through spring without walking one batter.
You're right, he did, as a matter of fact. What a great spring Porcello had, and his numbers are a little mixed up based on one really bad start against the Angels. This one will get through Pena. He thought about throwing to third. Lead runner will move up. And it's Willingham. He'll get to third base.
And Pena tried to help him on the fastball that was choked off by Rick, and by the time Pena was able to find it, Willingham able to get over to third.
Wild pitch. Two and 0. Dozier knocked in a run with a ground ball back in the second. He also bounced down in the third. Got 12 RBIs this year. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Checked it. Strike called by Joe West. It has been a very slow month of May for Brian Dozier, batting just 161 this month, as Porcello now has reached 100. Make it 2-2. Meanwhile, Darren Downs still warming up. He's been up a couple times in this game, and eventually will be in this game. Swing and a miss. Dozier goes down, and that is that. Nothing comes to the air to lead off the inning. So we'll go to the bottom of the 5th here at Comerica. Twins still in the lead. soon to a bar near you. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time. Back here at Comerica Park, where the Tigers are trailing the Minnesota Twins 5-2 as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. And the Tigers trying to get something going here against lefty Scott Diamond. And the first pitch is high to Matt Tuiasosopo. Diamond has retired 8 straight. Matt had a single back in the 2nd. And a ball bounces in. 2 balls, no strikes.
Diamond, very smart guy. Engineering degree from Binghamton in 2009. And he did something a lot of pros don't do. Once they start playing pro ball, very few go back to college to get their degrees. But he did just that in 2009.
Very admirable.
Something else that he did that not many are able to do, and that's
ball's hit toward left field. Pretty good but playable. Willingham, 1 gone.
After his senior year in college, he went undrafted. There was over 1,500 players drafted in 2007, and he wasn't one of them. But he didn't take it personal. He went and played some summer ball, and then he was signed after that summer season by the Atlanta Braves. Ended up here in the Minnesota Twins organization as a Rule 5 pick from Atlanta.
There's a strike called on Brian Pena. Well, he definitely has had an interesting path. In fact, he is the first player from Binghamton to play in the major leagues. There's a strike, and the count quickly 0-2 on Pena.
Well, he chose that school because of their academics.
Industrial and Systems Engineering is what his degree is in. There's a ball low, and the count goes 1-2. Pretty impressive. Double play ball off the bat of Pena back in the 2nd. He's 0 for 1. Here's the 1-2. Well, he's on a roll now.
Isn't he, though?
Pena's thrown out to complete the strikeout. That's his 4th of the game. And 10 straight retired by Diamond.
And to this point, his pitch is very, very efficient. And 23 in the 1st. That's where Mickey got him for a 2-run homer, but 12 in the 2nd, just 10 in the 3rd. And he's making it look easy. And I brought this point up a couple of innings ago. He's not throwing anything inside. The majority of these Tigers hitters, everything's away. There he went inside that time.
14 of 18 now for Diamond on first pitch strikes.
And he's been really able to use that to his advantage. Porcello really good in that same regard. But Rick's still giving up quite a few hits today.
0-2 on Garcia. Javi grounded out back in the 2nd, 0 for 1. Jim Leyland gives him a start in this one out in center field. Dirks gets the day off with the lefty Diamond down the hill. Fouled back out of play. Infante would be next if Garcia reaches here. Tigers jumped out to a 2-0 lead on the Cabrera home run in the 1st. All Minnesota since. 1 in the 2nd, 4 in the 3rd. And the 0-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Garcia. Diamond last year won 12 games. After he was drafted by the Braves, he was a Rule 5 selection by the Minnesota Twins. And that one just missed. 2-2.
They worked out a deal with the Atlanta Braves, and he wasn't going to make their 25-man roster, so they simply made a deal with Atlanta, sending players to Atlanta, and Atlanta allowed Minnesota to keep Diamond.
Bouncing ball, base hit. Garcia reaching out and poking it to right field.
Well, we've seen a lot of the left-handed batters today do that against Porcello, getting base hits the other way. There, Garcia took a pretty good pitcher's pitch and just kind of poked at it off the plate and found that seam on the right side of the infield.
They'll bring to an end the streak of 10 in a row that Diamond had retired. Now we'll see if Infante can keep it going. That is only the 5th Tigers hit of this game. Omar 0 for 2. He has flied to center field twice. Third time he has batted leadoff this year in the absence of Austin Jackson. Infante, exactly the player the Tigers thought they were getting when they made the deal last year to get Sanchez over here as well. Of course, Omar began his career in the Tigers system, so they had some background on him, but made an all-star team over the National League.
He's got a really good shot at making the all-star team this year.
And that's based really on his last month or so, in which he's hit about 354. Diamond missing outside, 1-1.
There's lots of competition at that second base slot. You've got Cano, of course, he'll probably start. But you got Pedroia, you've got Altuve. And Altuve will probably make the team because no one else on the Astros will make the team.
And that's a good point. There's a base hit to left. Garcia goes to second, takes a wide turn and holds up.
You got some pretty offensive minded second basemen these days. Kipnis, we just saw him. And of course Infante. Couple of bloops, now they need a blast.
Well, maybe Torre will provide that blast.
We know the guy in the on deck circle when he gets there will, if Torre doesn't.
Torre this year has only 1 home run, and that was hit on April 13th in Oakland.
Torre's job is just to keep the line moving right here.
Missed it outside, 1-0. Well, it's 43 degrees right now, so those heaters come in handy, and Cabrera really doesn't need a heater. 2-0 the count. Now Diamond, who retired the first 2 batters, working himself into a jam here. This is where life is really good to be Torre Hunter batting in front of Miguel Cabrera.
That's right. It's going to be a fastball right down the middle.
And he grounds one foul. 2-1. Hunter had a single, scored ahead of the Cabrera homer back in the first inning. 1 for 2 for Torre, who spent 11 seasons wearing a Twins uniform. And in that time made a couple of all-star teams, won 7 of his 9 Gold Gloves wearing a Twins uni. Missed it again. 3-1.
If you're a Twins manager, Ron Gardenhire, you are like, okay, let's throw a strike. We don't want to see number 24 coming to the plate with the bases loaded. He's up pacing.
He may be using different words to describe it too.
It's a family show.
Fouled straight back, 3-2. You could just see Gardy saying it in his mind too. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Cabrera waiting on deck. Will he get his shot? We shall see. Tigers down 5-2 here in the 5th. Runners will go on 3-2. And it's low. He walked him.
You know what's funny about that exchange we just had regarding Gardenhire? We really don't know what he's thinking, but there's a pretty good chance that that's exactly what he was thinking.
Oh, no, I think you're accurate. I think that was exactly what he was thinking. Probably not a whole lot of doubt about it as Cabrera strolls in.
Well, this is the reason why. Look at his May numbers. 419 with 10 homers. He's already driven in 25 runs, and he's scored 17. And just a little footnote, Miguel now has 8 consecutive months, obviously dating back to last year, where he has had 20 or more RBIs in the month. 8 consecutive months.
Well, not only that, but also a 295 average or above in the 8 consecutive months. Incredible.
And he's hitting over 500 as we speak with runners in scoring position.
He is licking his chops right now. The bases are loaded with Tigers. And a ball outside, 1-0. It started.
The numbers just get better and better and better.
A routine inning for Diamond. He retired the first 2, then a couple of singles and a walk. Ground ball back up the middle. Escobar diving play. He'll have no play. That'll be an infield hit and an RBI for Cabrera.
That's a nice job by Escobar. He saved his team a run. It's good hustle by Torrey. Obviously, Torrey wasn't being held on, so he got a pretty good jump from first base. But a nice job here by Escobar, able to get to this ball.
Really good play indeed. He's stretched out. Cabrera gets his 3rd RBI of the night. 5-3 ball game, and now Prince will step in. Ball 1. 5 runs, 10 hits for Minnesota. 3 runs, 7 hits for Detroit. Fielder with the bases loaded. Has 1 grand slam in his career.
Really nice patient at bat by Garcia and Infante, and also Torrey Hunter taking the walk.
Ball 2. Things unraveling a bit here for Diamond in the 5th inning after retiring the first 2 batters. They have activity in their bullpen.
Casey Fiend, the former Tiger. There's a lot of wind blowing up to right field if Diamond throws Prince anything inside and Prince gets underneath it. The Tigers could very well take the lead here. 7-3.
2-0 pitch is way outside. 3 balls and no strikes. No room at the end either. They're loaded up. They've got Infante at 3rd base. Torrey down at 2nd and Cabrera at 1st.
I guess the $1 million question here, will Prince swing 3 balls, no strikes? Really doesn't like to. He's done it once this year. He does have the green light if he wants to do it.
Let her rip, Prince.
You calling it?
I'm calling it. No. There's a strike, 3-1.
He had a 50-50 chance.
And of course I picked the wrong 50. 3-1. 5-3 ball game. Crowd's starting to get into it now. A chilly crowd here at the ballpark tonight. The 3-1. Hopped him up. 3rd base side, Carroll will squeeze it for the final out. Tigers will settle for 1 run. They get a little bit closer, and you're watching Tigers baseball tonight, presented by Bell Tire.
attacked the very talented young hitter Aaron Hicks the first time up. He threw him a changeup in the 2-1 count, and then Hicks was tardy on the 2-2 fastball. Then in the fourth inning, a real nice idea executed perfectly by Aaron Hicks. It's a bunt base hit, and he was able to get himself a single there. And just a little footnote on Aaron Hicks. He lives in Los Angeles, and in the offseason, he took hitting lessons from Rod Carew, and Rod Carew also told Aaron Hicks how important it would be for him once he got to the big leagues to utilize the bunt on occasion. Rod Carew was one of the best bunters of all time.
Wall side windows pitching change. Darren Downs is on now for Detroit. If Rod Carew gave me some hitting instruction, you think I could make it to the big leagues?
Yeah, you probably could.
Yeah, right.
Rod Carew had 29 bunt hits one year. 29 of them.
He was one of the, maybe the best. So the Tigers have gotten one back. It's now 5-3.
Well, Hicks came into play today batting only 127. Left-handed, but he does a little bit better when batting right-handed. 250 is the batting average for Hicks.
Singled, scored a run, or did not score. He bunted his way on, but that was in the fourth inning. And Porcello got a big double play in that frame.
Wasn't Rod Carew the hitting coach for you when you started broadcasting out in Los Angeles?
He was indeed, and he was fascinating to be around. I remember one road trip. We're getting on the airplane, and Rod had these big books filled with hitting charts on every hitter in the American League. And I sat down next to him one day. He goes, "You want to see my charts?" I said, "Yeah." And they were really extensive, and it was just fascinating the way, I should say pitchers, not hitters, opposing pitchers, the way he would go at and attack opposing pitchers with his hitters. It's pretty fascinating. Fielder fields the ground ball. And there is one out. Hey, get ready, fans, for Fox Sports 1, America's new 24-hour sports network. Fox Sports 1 will be your home for great live sports, all the news and highlights you want, and shows and specials that only Fox could bring to you. Fox Sports 1 coming August 17th.
One of our very own here, Ryan Field, will be leaving Fox Sports Detroit, heading out to Los Angeles to be one of the anchors on that new network.
Well, we're all excited for Ryan, and he will carry the banner of Fox Sports Detroit with him out to L.A.
You think he can hang out there in Hollywood?
If there was ever a human being born for Hollywood, it is Ryan Field. Eva.
Yes, sir.
I need to think of two Southern California cities with the same first letter, and we can complete it.
He'll do great out there. I'm going to miss him. I know that, me personally. And I'm sure the people here in Detroit will miss Ryan. He's done marvelous work.
He's a great dude. He's a talented dude, and he is just going to flourish out there. There's a ball outside. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Maybe he'll get a 2-bedroom, and then every now and then we could just sneak out there and just kind of belly up with him, you know.
He'd let us. I know he would. Escobar the batter. 2 balls, 1 strike. And the 2-1 pitch. Fouled straight back.
Hey, I wanted to finish that thought here on Rod Carew. Tell the story about the time he sent all the players to the plate with the same bat their first time around.
We had no idea that was going to happen. It was the Tigers were, or the Angels at the time were really struggling. So what they decided to do is they picked a bat of one player, and every player in the lineup that day used the same bat. And they ended up having a huge inning. As that ball is driven out to center field, and Garcia runs it down.
Now, didn't one of the players get thrown out of the game because it was a bad call by the umpire, and he left the bat there, not knowing what was going on?
Right. Orlando Palmeiro was the batter. He left the bat at home plate, and the home plate umpire thought he was showing him up. And he said, he screamed at him, threw him out, said, "Get your bat and get back to the dugout." Then they had to explain to him that what they were doing is all using the same bat. Terry Collins, who was the manager at the time, he was in on it. And it worked. I mean, they had a big inning. And it was just one of those fun things that Rod concocted to get his team going.
You know, sometimes you have to do some of those types of things to get your squad going. Look at Joe Madden in Tampa. He does all kinds of crazy things. And meanwhile, Darren Downs has come in, done very nice work. And the way the Tigers have started to swing the bat, they very well could get right back in this one and take over the lead in the next couple of innings.
1 ball and 1 strike on Jamie Carroll. The 1-1 pitch. Outside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Five runs, 10 hits, Minnesota. 3 runs, 7 hits for Detroit. In the 6th inning in game 1 of this 4-game weekend set here. Here's the 2-1. Make it 2-2 on Jamie Carroll. Twins had gotten every leadoff man on since the 1st inning before Downs came on here in the 6th. Kept him off the bases. Now he's gone 3-2 on Carroll. Fouled back out of play. 3-2 the count stays. Carroll on base with a couple of singles in this game, 2 out of 3. Again, Trevor Plouffe was placed on the disabled list with a concussion. They've got Plouffe and Mastriani, an outfielder, on their disabled list. There's another foul back out of play. Three and 2 on Jamie Carroll. 2 gone here in the 6th. Twins yesterday, as a matter of fact, sent down Vance Worley, who was their opening day starter this year.
How about that?
Against the Tigers. Yeah, he's down in AAA now. That's driven toward left center field. Garcia's on the run. Not going to get it. It'll drop in a base hit. Meanwhile, he's going to second, and the throw not in time. 2 out, 2 base hit. Well, from Anaheim to Alhambra, let's go back to the Coliseum Studios. Here's Ryan Field.
The catcher, Joe
We can't wait. Thanks, Ryan. And we sincerely mean it. Best of luck out in Los Angeles.
He'll be just fine out there.
Here is Joe Mauer now with 2 outs. There's a strike, 0-1. This is the 11th hit in this ball game for the Minnesota Twins. Mauer has 2 of those.
Carroll's been a tough out today.
Yeah, 2 singles and a double. Here's the 0-1. Bouncing ball right side. Infante scooting left. And he will throw Mauer out. 2 in the threat. No runs. A double is stranded. Bottom of the 6th coming up.
today's game. Torrey Hunter taking some time out of his pregame ritual to play a little catch with a kid from the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Now, this little boy has leukemia, and he drove with his family all the way from Minnesota just so he could have his wish granted by Torrey Hunter just to play catch. Here's the thing, you guys. This is kind of heartwarming. It makes me want to cry at the same time. This little boy's name is Hunter. His parents are such big baseball fans, and so is he, that they wanted to name him after Torrey Hunter. That's how he got his name, and of course his wish was to play catch with Torrey. Torrey's so good about stuff like this. He was even talking about it with some of the guys in the clubhouse after, saying, you know, it's such a blessing for him to be able to give back and spend some time with this little boy, and also to say thanks to his family for being such big fans and coming all the way from Minnesota just to meet him. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Shannon, thanks. And I just don't know of any other way to describe the kind of human being Torrey Hunter is. I mean, that story right there, Rod, says it all.
Well, not only that, it was raining.
Yeah, it was raining, right?
It was raining.
And he went out there and played catch with a young man. What a great story. Torrey Hunter giving back. He continues to do it. Victor Martinez leading it off. We're in the bottom of the sixth.
Well, that's why Torrey Hunter is beloved in the game of baseball. He is well respected by all of his peers in the game, and he is one of the most popular members of players to ever put on a Minnesota Twins uniform. Ever.
Martinez takes one low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. You know, when you get a new player, everybody talks about what his reputation is, and certainly Torrey had a lot of years in Minnesota, had 5 years in Anaheim, and every single one that had come in contact with him said the same thing, and it's turned out to be true.
There are a lot of people out there right now associated with the Angels organization that say that they really miss Torrey Hunter's influence, not only on the field out in Anaheim, but also in that clubhouse.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And Victor Martinez Peralta waiting on deck. Tigers down by 2. And it'll get fouled down the right field line.
There's a reason why he was one of the first free agents plucked off the board in the offseason. I don't know if he was the first, but he was right up there as soon as free agency hit. And he pretty much had a new home.
Diamond again with the 2-2 offering. Low 3-2. Diamond had retired 10 straight before 4 straight reached for the Tigers in the 5th inning. RBI single by Cabrera, making it a 2-run game. Miggy, in fact, has driven in all 3 for the Tigers tonight. Popped up foul, back out of play. Diamond now has thrown 95 pitches, so he's approaching 100 as we play here in the 6th. And a swing and a miss. He strikes out Martinez, 1 gone. 5 strikeouts now for the lefty.
That fastball was only at 87 miles an hour, but it must have looked like it was about 95 to Victor after an assortment of off-speed pitches that he got in that pitch sequence from Diamond.
Here is Johnny Peralta. He has struck out a couple of times tonight against Diamond. Ball 1 high.
Diamond's top fastball today has been 89, but he's had real good location all night long. You can pitch at 89 if you keep locating your fastball where he located that last fastball there to Peralta.
Diamond came in with an ERA of 5.5 in the month of May. Here's the 1-1. Down the left field line. That'll drop in. Base hit. Johnny has his first of the night. It's a 1-out single. And now a 5-game hitting streak for Peralta.
Something else about Diamond, and we pointed this out at the top of the show. For whatever reason, he is much more comfortable pitching away from their ballpark, Target Field in Minnesota. When he gets on the road, he's outstanding.
Eighth Tigers hit. Here is Tuiasosopo. single fly out. And Matt looks at ball one outside. How about the bye inning for Diamond? 30 in that 5th inning. I didn't realize he threw that many. Tuiasosopo, meanwhile, has that average up to 348. Casey Fiend is still throwing in the Minnesota bullpen. Fouled back out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. This will be a 4-game series between these two ball clubs. Sanchez and Doduno tomorrow. Ball inside, 2-1. Twins right now are in the middle of a 9-game trip. They were swept in Atlanta. They're playing here for 4, and then they go to Milwaukee for 2. So it's a rough stretch here for Ron Gardenhire. And we mentioned this is a team that came in tonight having lost 8 consecutive ball games.
3 pretty good offensive clubs they'll see.
Another foul back out of play, 2-2. Tigers, courtesy of their mini 2-game sweep of the Cleveland Indians, back to within a half game in the Central. There's Pena waiting on deck. Fly ball, right field, straight at Domet. 2 gone. This is what it looks like in the American League Central Division entering play here tonight.
The Tigers are going to have to rally and win this game, because it looks like to me that the Cleveland Indians are going to win their game tonight against the Boston Red Sox. And Cleveland winning in Boston right now 12-3. It's Terry Francona, his first visit back to Fenway Park.
For as late as we got in last night, flying in from Cleveland, they had to go to Boston. That is rolled fair inside the bag at third. Let's see if this gets a run in. Peralta coming to third. They're going to stop him there, and Pena has another hit. Had a big series in Cleveland, and a 2-base hit here tonight.
Well, Ron Gardenhire apparently thinking about making a move here as we get a look at Brian Pena hitting one right down that third baseline, right past Jamie Carroll. And if he does go out to get Diamond, you know Jim Leyland will counter with one of his left-handed bats that are on the bench.
Possibly Andy Dirks. Here comes Gardenhire to the mound, and he will take the hook with him. Wallside Windows pitching change. Casey Fiend will be coming into this ball game. It's 5-3 right now. One earned run in his last 7 appearances. Fiend will face pinch hitter Andy Dirks. Tigers have the tying runs in scoring position, courtesy of a double by Pena.
Fiend has a good fastball, but throws lots of breaking balls in these types of situations.
0-1. Andy Dirks, over his last 21 games, hitting at a .313 clip. 11 RBIs in that span. A base hit here could tie this one up. Had a rip, and now the count is 0-2.
Back-to-back fastballs by Fiend. One at 88, the next one at 90 miles an hour.
Infante waiting on deck.
If you're Peralta down at third base, you need to be ready for a breaking ball, just in case. It bounces. You want to make sure you get a good secondary lead so you can score on a wild pitch.
Almost hit it 1-2. Andy this year is 0 for 4 as a pinch hitter, but he has an RBI. Way outside, run the count even now at 2-2. Fiend was able to pitch here in Detroit in 2009 and 2010, very briefly though. Went to the Houston system for a while and now in Minnesota the last couple of years. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Dirks down on strikes. That'll end the inning. Tigers threaten but do not score, and we are headed to the 7th. As we start a homestand tonight against the Minnesota Twins team, Rod, that had lost 8 straight coming into this contest. But you mentioned this a little bit earlier. They're a scrappy bunch, and they've played a scrappy game so far.
Well, under their manager, Ron Gardner, he's not going to accept anything less than that. And after dropping 8 in a row, you knew they'd be ready to play here today, and they've got the big blow off Josh Willingham's bat.
Yeah, Rick Porcello started this one, had 4 really good starts in a row. What did you see out of Rick tonight?
Well, it just looked like he kind of got away from his fastball here today, and that's one of the things that's allowed him to be so good in his last 4 outings. Good sinker balls, good change-ups, and also good breaking balls. But today, for whatever reason, the left-hander's got quite a few hits against Porcello, and really he's given up 5 runs here today. Tigers have stranded 5 the last couple of innings, so they're trying to get back in it.
Andy Dirks remains in the game to play center field. 5-3 is our score. Willingham leading it off for the Minnesota Twins. 11 hits tonight for the Twins. That is rolled foul. Darren Downs came on in the 6th inning, gave up a double with no damage. Five runs, 11 hits, Minnesota. 3 runs, 9 hits for Detroit. Willingham followed by Morneau and then Domet, middle of the Minnesota lineup here in the 7th.
Yeah, Willingham taking a long time to get back in that batter's box after that swing.
Well, it's a chilly night here tonight, 43 degrees. 3-run shot by Willingham back in the 3rd. Gave the Twins a 5-2 lead. It's now 5-3. Here's the 1-2. Just off the plate.
And Terry Ryan, their general manager, had a very difficult decision to make. This was last year before they brought Willingham on board. They had Michael Kadire, who had spent his entire big league career in their uniform, who was a free agent. But they allowed Kadire to leave, and he signed Willingham.
Well, Willingham last year did not disappoint. He had a nice season.
It turned out to be a really nice return on the investment.
In a ballpark that was not really viewed as a home run hitter's paradise.
But Kadire was awfully popular in Minnesota.
There's Ortega warming up. High drive into deep left field. Did he get another one? Yes, he did. It's a 2-homer game for Josh Willingham. This one a solo shot to lead off the 7th. And the Twins add another. They lead 6-3.
Well, we talked about the fact that Willingham has that open stance. He stands right on top of the plate. He feasts on fastballs that are inside. He gets himself a little cutter there. And Downs doesn't get it where he needs to, and the result, the second big fly of the evening for Josh.
It's also the 12th hit of the day for the Minnesota Twins. Morneau looks at a strike. He's now hit 4 home runs against the Tigers this year.
4 of his 8. And they've all gone to left field, too.
And Morneau's hit by the pitch. So the first 2 reach. It's got Jim Leyland pacing again. Back up to a 3-run lead for Minnesota. Ryan Domet will stand in. 25 thrown by Downs, who came on in the 6th inning after 5 frames from Rick Porcello tonight. Driven in the air to center field. Andy Dirks cruising back. He'll get under it for the out. Domet has gone 1 away. Send the runner back to first base.
Strangely enough, yeah, that was the first homer that Downs has given up this year to a right-hander. He's given up a couple to left-handers, but that's the first to a righty.
Well, it was the 2nd of the night for Willingham. Here's Parmelee. 2 singles to his credit tonight. And he has also picked up a walk. Ball 1. Parmelee, a former first-round pick of the Minnesota Twins back in the 06 season. Ball outside, 2-0 the count.
You don't have to go back very far for Josh Willingham's last 2-homer game. It was July of 2012.
13 times in his career he's hit 2 or more homers in a contest, including tonight, and he missed. 3-0. Dozier waiting on deck. Harmony swings on 3-0 and skies one to right field. Hunter going back to the track in front of the wall to make the catch. Just missed it. Fortunately for Downs.
This is no disrespect to Parmalee, but have you noticed the amount of guys that are hitting about 220, 230 that just love to swing at that 3-0 pitch?
It's a good point. Yes, is the answer to your question.
I mean, and the guys that are hitting 300 every single year, 320, 330,
yeah,
they don't even swing at it.
They don't. Jim Leyland's going to take the baseball now. Ortega will be coming in. And Ortega will replace Downs here in the middle of the 7th. $15 if you'd like tickets. Call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com. Alex Gordon, James Loney having big seasons. We know that Mauer is always going to be there.
Yeah, 3 left-handers and 1 right-hander. Longoria having an outstanding season in Tampa.
Which leads us to tonight's Ace Hardware Scott's fan poll question of the game. Here it is. Of these 4, who's most likely to challenge Miguel Cabrera for the batting title this year? Is it A, Alex Gordon, B, James Loney, C, Joe Mauer, D, Evan Longoria?
I go C.
Yeah, I think you're probably right when it shakes out in the end, but you can vote. Text ACE, then a space, then A, B, C, or D to 37338. Here's Joe Mauer, who has already won 3 batting titles. We've got a new pitcher now for Detroit. The aforementioned Ortega has come on.
Ortega did not give up 1 run while he was down in the minors this year. In the first few starts or outings he had up here, 6 to be exact, he did not get scored upon, but gave up a few runs the last time he went out there. But all in all, he has done nice work this year. Good fastball, 95 to 96, and he's got a slider that's a decent slider. It's not a really good slider yet, although on occasion he does throw some good ones, but that's a pitch that he can really work on to get better at.
Here's Dozier. Will be the first man that Ortega faces with 2 outs. And it's in for strike 1. 94-mile-an-hour fastball from Ortega.
Nice day for Dozier. Well, excuse me, that would be I'm not thinking about
Parmalee.
Carroll.
Carroll too.
Got ahead of myself.
Carroll's got 3 hits. Here's the 0-1. Ball high, 1 ball, 1 strike. You guys have had a pretty good day. 12 hits for the Minnesota Twins. Willingham has homered twice, including the leadoff shot here in the 7th. Now the 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Porcello started. Downs came on in the 6th, and now Ortega in the Minnesota 7th. Here's the 1-2. Good pickup by Pena, or at least good block by Pena. Ryan getting another start here tonight. Alex Avila getting consecutive nights off. Shouting out some instructions to Ortega.
It's nice to get mental days off. And when you're not necessarily performing at the level that you know you should be performing at, it's nice to get away from it every now and then.
Swing and a miss. Those are fans. Ortega does his job. Gets the final out of the 7th inning. It is stretch time, and Willingham has been the big star tonight with a pair of home runs. Minnesota bullpen in charge of holding the lead here. Infante tonight is single in 3 at-bats. Wave and a miss at the breaking ball. 0-2. Omar had a single as part of that 5th inning in which the Tigers picked up a run, but Fielder popped up with the bases loaded. Real big opportunity there for Detroit, and Minnesota's pitching came through, and there's a soft liner to left, a base hit. 2nd hit of the night for Omar. We'll bring up Torrey Hunter. Hunter on base 2 more times tonight, single and a walk. Infante Cabrera with 2 hit nights. And the Tigers now have 10 hits. That'll get fouled down the right field line. 0-1. Hunter now batting .315, has put together a modest 5-game hitting streak. Torrey had a much longer streak in the month of April, a 12-gamer. This is the area of the ball game where most managers will tell you this is where they start calculating when you get into the 7th, 8th, and 9th. How many more times do you have to face Cabrera? Now they'll get him at least one more time here. Miggy is on deck. And for that matter, Prince, Victor. The 0-1 is swung out and missed. 0-2 to count.
That's a great point because any one of the guys can get you, whether it be Fielder or Miggy or Victor. And right on down the line, Peralta.
Jim has said that he thinks 3 innings in advance when he's managing a game. Ooh, look out. Backed him out of there. 1-2 on Hunter. You think that's probably the case for most managers?
I do. You have to be thinking about matchups and who they have up in their bullpen, who you might want to pinch hit late in games. Torrey didn't like that last fastball there from Casey Fiend.
No, close shave. 1-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Torrey taking a look down at Tom Brookins. Casey Fiend came on to get the final out of the 6th. He struck out Andy Dirks, the pinch hitter. With runners at 2nd and 3rd at that time, the tying runs in scoring position. And the 2-2. Breaking ball that Torrey got a piece of. First of 4 on this Memorial Day weekend here at the ballpark. Hopefully the weather's going to heat up a little bit the rest of this weekend. There's Cabrera lurking on deck. Fiend taking an extra long look behind the plate, and now Mauer is going to run out to the mound.
Well, this is what really good catchers do. They take charge of the situation. Fiend might want to throw one pitch, and Mauer is like, well, this is how we need to approach Torrey Hunter. And of course, if you're the pitcher, you have the ultimate say as to what you want to throw ultimately, but most of the time you ought to take the leadership skills of a guy like Joe Mauer.
Popped up behind home plate, out of play. Scott Diamond gave them 5 2/3 innings tonight before giving way to Fiend in the bottom of the 6th. Now the Tigers here in the bottom of the 7th have a leadoff single from Infante. Breaking ball got him, and Hunter swings right through it. 2nd strikeout for Casey Fiend. That'll bring up Cabrera. 2 more hits tonight, including a home run for Cabrera, who now leads the American League in average RBIs and is tied for the lead in home runs. Ball high. Well, he was for a while. Apparently Davis hit his 15th tonight, so Cabrera now 1 back of the lead in homers. A little history there against Casey Fiend, but good history. 2 for 4 with a homer. Almost hit him. And Cabrera, a little stare out there to Fiend, just as Torrey Hunter did. Pitchers, though, have to control part of the plate as well, but that one came in tight.
If you're Feen, you're better off going back inside with another fastball. If you try to go away from Miguel with a fastball here or a breaking ball, he will do some damage with that pitch.
Ball high. Now the count goes 3-0.
Here's where Prince Fielder has been so good in the last few games when the opposing teams have decided to pitch around Miguel. Prince has come up huge.
Inside for ball 4 as Cabrera discards the bat. Didn't like how that pitch came inside either. And we've got a score update now. An empty netter for the Red Wings. 2-0 lead with 38 seconds left. How about the Red Wings? They're about to go up 3-1 in that series with the Blackhawks.
They've been playing playoff hockey for about a month and a half now because they really had to play some great hockey down the stretch just to get into the playoffs.
Looks like that's going to be it for Casey Feen. His night is done after a single and a walk in this inning. 2 on, 1 out. And back to the bullpen they go. Brian Dunsing, a lefty, will come in to face Prince Fielder. And the Tigers right now, one swing of the bat away from tying it up. Here's our Comerica Bank game summary. 4 straight games with a home run for Miguel Cabrera. Willingham has been the hitting star tonight for the Minnesota Twins with a couple of homers. And Minnesota 4 for 12 with runners in scoring position tonight. Tigers had only 3 of those opportunities. They're 1 for 3. Wings fans have just been given the news here in the ballpark that the Red Wings now have won that game. It is over. It's the final score, 2-0 Wings, and they are up now 3-1 on the Blackhawks. How about that? The Red Wings playing their best hockey when they need to the most. And 1 win away from advancing to the conference finals. Red Wings pride tonight here at the ballpark. Hey, as soon as the game ends, our coverage is going to continue with Tigers Live. Here from the manager, Jim Leland. Players will break down this game, show you all the highlights. Tigers Live immediately after the game from the Call Sam Studios here on Fox Sports Detroit.
We talked about the fact that opposing managers have been pitching around Miguel, but we have also well documented that Prince Fielder has been coming up huge in those situations. This was yesterday. This is a double down in the corner. Only 1 run scored because of the ball jumped up into the seats, but he drove in Torrey Hunter. Miguel was able to get to third on that double.
3 for 10 against Dunsing. We've talked about how the lefties have not given Fielder fits. Here are the numbers on Dunsing, who, by the way, has not allowed a home run in the last 40 innings. Maybe Prince can change that here. 6-3 game. Tigers have 2 on and 1 out. Single by Infante, walk to Cabrera. Dunsing stays away. 1 ball and no strikes. Dunsing out of Marysville, Kansas. That's it for a strike. 1-1 on Prince. He has had a hitless night tonight. All 3 times he's popped up. His last time he popped up with the bases full. And the 1-1. Again, staying away, 2-1. Dunsing, the third pitcher used tonight by Ron Gardenhire. Minnesota started with Diamond, then Fiend, now Dunsing, and more action in their bullpen. Jared Burton tuning up. There's a ground ball back up the middle into center field, base hit. Here comes Infante. He will score. Prince Fielder with a single to center, and it's 6-4.
Prince has just really had some outstanding at-bats with runners in scoring position lately. And, of course, Miguel Cabrera is always on the base paths. That was a 2-1 pitch that he had great concentration on. Didn't try to do a whole lot. Just hit it right back up the middle. And Infante able to get the Tigers 1 run closer.
40th RBI of the season for Fielder.
And when you combine he and Miguel's RBIs together, they are 15 or 20 more than the next tandem in baseball. Victor's been swinging at a lot of first pitches. If Dunsing gives Victor a first pitch fastball here, Victor will be letting it go.
Ball 1. Victor is 1 for 3.
Dunsing had 11 starts last year for the Minnesota Twins. Did pitch very well. As a starter, the ERA was 6.92. But in 44 relief appearances, he did his best work.
Tying runs on now with 1 out. Martinez 12 RBIs in the month of May. Ball 2. The Twins, as a staff, have had a much better ERA out of the bullpen. And Rick Anderson, Ron Gardenhire have seen their relievers post an ERA of 3.08 compared to about 5.5 for the starters. Swing and a miss. Big rip there at a 91-mile-an-hour fastball.
And Miguel needs to get a really good secondary lead because the Minnesota Twins have 16 outfield assists, which leads the American League. Hicks in center field has 6 of those. So for a center fielder, that's a lot.
Tigers tonight 2 out of 4 with men in scoring position. Driven to center field. Hicks is on the move. Still coming. Dives. Can't get it. It'll drop in. Cabrera coming around third. He will score. Martinez gets it done. .65 ball game.
Great effort here by Hicks. He stretches out, but Miguel Cabrera on second base. He was watching Hicks all the way, and he knew it was going to take a great play. And even if Hicks catches the ball, Miguel knew that he could get back to second base. But as soon as that ball hit the grass, Miguel was off and running with those really good base running instincts.
So Martinez now has 13 RBIs here in the month of May. That's his first of the night. His second hit as well, and Ron Gardenhire brings the hook out again. They had Burton warming up, and he is going to check in now with Johnny Peralta due up. Miguel Cabrera has just scored his 1,000th career run.
And Ron Gardenhire is hoping that Jim Leyland goes to his bench once again to bring a left-hander off the bench to go up against Burton. But Burton's got outstanding numbers against left-handers. He's a right-hander, but he dominates left-handed batters.
Here are those numbers that you touched on a little bit earlier. The top RBI duos in Major League Baseball this season. Cabrera and Fielder have combined for 95 now.
20 ahead of Jones and Davis.
Really impressive duo, but then again, they've been doing that now for over a year. And the Tigers are to within 1 run. Fielder and Martinez with RBIs here in the 7th. Well, as soon as we're done here, we invite you to join us for Red Wings Live postgame from the Call Sam Studios. Once Tigers baseball is complete here at Comerica Park. Red Wings, of course, with a very impressive 2-0 victory over the Hawks tonight to go up 3-1 in that best-of-7 series. Here's the new pitcher now for the Minnesota Twins. That would be Jared Burton.
Take a look at those bottom numbers. 162 against left-handed batters. Right-handers hitting 100 points higher against Burton, and that's why Tuiasa Sopo is going to get his turn, and Jim's not going to go to his bench to bring a left-hander off the bench. But Ron Gardenhire was hoping that Jim would have pinch hit one of the left-handers because Burton's been so good against them.
Still only 1 out in this inning. The Tigers have had 3 hits and a walk. And they have tightened this one up considerably. Now 6-5, and both sides have 12 hits. Peralta 1 for 3 tonight, singled in his last at bat. Fielder is the tying run at second base, and Martinez the go-ahead run at first base. Ball 1 to Johnny. Jared Burton made 64 appearances out of the bullpen last year for the Twins, and he was awfully good. Had an ERA of 2.18. One ball and 1 strike on Peralta. 1 for 3 tonight for Johnny. 5-game hitting streak going for the Detroit shortstop. Check out the glove he's got.
It's been a good night for him. Wings won, and he got a foul ball. I don't know how he caught it with that glove, though.
I don't know either, but he could really make it a good night with the Tigers win here tonight. Fielder is chased back. Swing and a miss. 1-2.
That's a good hard sinker there. 91 miles an hour. Look at the late life on this pitch. Down and in to Peralta.
Whoa.
I'm surprised his numbers aren't better against right-handers too with that pitch.
Outside 2-2. Burton this year has held the first batter that he's faced to a 3 for 20. Former Cincinnati Red over in the National League. And the 2-2. Checked it. Did not go, said Sam Holbrook. So now it's 3-2.
Yeah, 1 out. So in my opinion, way too risky to start the runners. Peralta having a good year, but way too risky. But who knows what Jim will do here.
We shall find out. Runners holding. Driven down the left field line. It is a fair ball. To the corner it goes. Fielder scores. Martinez stops at third. Johnny Peralta ties it up.
Johnny Peralta just continues to get it done along with Miguel Cabrera. They've gotten a lot of hits in the month
of May together, and he gets himself a 3-2 pitch up in the zone and drives in one big run here. Victor Martinez running from first. He's going to get held up by Tom Brookins.
6-6 ball game as Don Kelly comes on a pinch run. And Johnny has just picked up his 20th RBI. Still only one out. Kelly now at third base.
Tigers have not had many opportunities with runners in scoring position today, but when they have had them, they've come through.
3 straight RBI hits for the Tigers. Here's Tuiasa Sopo to try and give him the lead. Infield in for Minnesota, 1-0. Boy, you're right, 4 for 6.
Yeah, Minnesota's had a lot of opportunities, but they really have not been able to cash them in.
That's 13 hits now for Detroit. 12 for Minnesota. Fouled back out of play, 1-1 on Tuiasa Sopo. Detroit bullpen is busy. Coke, the lefty, Benoit, the righty. Three-run inning for the Tigers. Oh man, that is going to hurt. Tuiasa Sopo could not get out of the way. Load the bases. Gardner is saying he swung the bat. Did he? No, they've appealed at first base. Sam Holbrook said he didn't swing. And Gardy not happy with that one. Let's see. I don't think so. Hard to tell on that angle, but I don't. Here we go.
I don't think so.
I agree. I don't think he did either. So they are loaded up now, and an opportunity for Brian Pena. Two-base hit back in the 6th inning. Tigers trying to take the lead. They haven't had the lead since the 1st inning tonight. That is popped up foul. Let's see if there's room. There appears to be, and out is Pena. Boy, is that huge. Carroll runs it down. And it's going to bring up Andy Dirks. Andy came on as a pinch hitter in the 6th and struck out. They are loaded up with Tigers. Kelly, the pinch runner, Peralta, and Tuiasa Sopo. Dirks fouls it back 0-1. Nine batters here in the 7th inning for Detroit. They have tied it up. Trying to regain the lead. RBIs for Fielder, Martinez, and Johnny Peralta. Swing and a miss. 0-2 on Dirks. And he now will try and dig himself out of a hole. Popped up again, third base side, and Carroll will make the catch, and the Tigers will leave them loaded. However, they're able to tie it up with 3 runs. Fielder an RBI, Victor an RBI, Peralta an RBI. Well, the Tigers have been able to tie this one up. It is now a 6-6 ball game as we go to the top of the 8th inning here at Comerica Park. Tigers left and loaded, though, in the bottom of the 7th. So still more work to be done here, and the Tigers have gone back to the bullpen. Ortega came on in the 7th inning, struck out the only batter he faced, and he will hand the baseball over now to Joaquin Benoit.
And Joaquin has been pitching some outstanding baseball. About the last 8-9 times he's gone out there, and when you add up the numbers, a 135 earned run average, 25 strikeouts for Joaquin in 20 innings so far pitched this year.
Aaron Hicks will lead things off. Hicks, Escobar, and then Jamie Carroll. Got a total of 25 hits in this game. 13 by the Tigers, 12 for the Twins. Hicks is 1 for 3. Strike called on the outer edge. Hicks had a bunt single back in the 4th. His father Joe played 4 years of minor league baseball. That was back in the 70s. Never got to the big leagues, but his son Aaron has. One ball, one strike. Only 23 years of age, Aaron Hicks. Made the club out of spring training, played in Double-A last year. And he sends that one foul back out of play.
He had a great spring training. He was one of the best players in the Grapefruit League. I don't think the Minnesota Twins were really expecting him to be in the big leagues this year, but he kind of forced his way on the roster, and with the departures of Span and also Ben Revere, they needed a couple of outfielders.
Well, I think there's the key right there with those two guys traded away. He had himself a good enough spring, and there was a need. Benoit just missed there. 2-2 on Hicks. Escobar waiting on deck. Pedro Florimon left the game earlier with a sprained finger. That is a foul tip, and Pena was bitten by that one. Oh, right off the arm. Joe West trying to get Pena a little bit more time. You okay, says. And we might have to have Kevin Rand come out to take a look at it.
Well, Joe West, he motioned to the Tigers dugout to tell them to come out.
Apparently caught that not off his arm, but off his wrist area or top of the hand.
You see the right hand of Pena he had in front of his body on that 2-strike pitch to Aaron Hicks. And there's a lot of guys that hold their hand out in front like that, but most guys do not do that when there's not a runner on base. When there's a runner on base, they usually keep it there because it helps them exchange quicker for a possible stolen base, but not with nobody on.
Well, Pena will continue. And again, the 2-2. Fouled off again.
Something else they tell you when you do hold your hand out in front of your body like that, you don't make a fist. You kind of hold your hand sort of open. Therefore, if the ball does hit it, it'll hurt. There's no doubt about that, but you usually don't get the breaks if your hand is a fist. For whatever reason, there's more damage done there.
Well, if you're keeping your hand out without anybody on base, is that more just of a comfort thing for some
It must
guys?
be. It must be for him. He's got it behind there now, though.
Missed high. 3-2. Fans, don't forget, due to a rain delay here at the ballpark tonight, we got this one started a little bit late. We'll go right into Red Wings Live postgame immediately following Tigers baseball. You can see it from the Coliseum Studios right here on Fox Sports Detroit. And a strike call. Hicks was trying to coax a walk. No such luck.
It's a big pitch here by Benoit. The last thing he would have wanted would be walk Hicks, because Hicks has really good speed, and that's not one of Benoit's strengths, holding on base runners.
One out here in the 8th. Here's Eduardo Escobar. He's had a couple of at-bats tonight, 0 for 2. Ground ball, fly ball. Ball 1. Escobar split time with the White Sox and the Twins last year. That's in for a strike. 1-1 the count.
He was in that Liriano deal, wasn't he?
I believe you're correct.
Liriano's pitching some pretty good baseball these days for the Pittsburgh Pirates since coming off the disabled list.
We're going to see that Pittsburgh team. Ground ball right side. Infante scoots over to his left. 2 gone here in the 8th. There's Jamie Carroll. He's had a nice night. 2 singles, a double, and a run scored. And the season average now at 308. Carroll, in his second season now with the Minnesota Twins, is 39 years of age. He's been around a while with several different big league organizations. Here's the 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Benoit trying to do his job here. Pitch a clean 8th inning. We'll see if the Tigers can pick up the offense in the 8th. They'll have the top of the order coming up after scoring 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th to tie it up at 6. The 1-1 outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Twins, a team that had lost 8 straight coming into this ball game, but they put up 6 runs on 12 hits in this contest. Joe Mauer would bat next if Carroll is able to keep it going. And the 2-1. Bouncing ball back up the middle. Routine for Peralta. That's going to be a 1-2-3 inning for Joaquin Benoit. Let's go to the bottom of the 8th. The lead here in the bottom of the 8th. They've out-hit the Twins tonight 13-12. They got the top of the lineup coming up. Burton's still out there for the Twins. It'll be Infante, Hunter, and Cabrera. Omar got it going with a single in the 7th inning. He has 2 hits tonight. In there for a strike. 1-1. Tigers left them loaded in the 5th and in the 7th innings tonight. They have stranded 9 in this game. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2 on Infante. Omar had 6 hits on the road trip and has started the homestand with a couple of singles. Here's the 1-2. Ground ball left side into left field. Another hit for Infante's 3rd of the night.
And Ron Gardenhire had the corner infield, was kind of playing on the lines a little bit. Carroll was back, but he was closer to the 3rd baseline, and Omar able to rip a single right past him.
Three for 5 tonight for Infante. Is Torrey bunting here?
He might bunt for a base hit. I think Torrey looks more comfortable to me when bunting for a base hit versus the more traditional sacrifice bunt. Apparently Jamie Carroll, the 3rd baseman, is thinking along those lines.
And now Mauer says hold everything.
Mauer doesn't think he's bunting. Therefore, he's probably going to tell him, just don't lay it right down the middle.
Six game. We're in the bottom of the 8th.
Another reason why he may not be bunting here is the fact that you vacate first base. You know Cabrera will not hit.
Excellent point. He's showing bunt, and he drops one down. They'll get the out at first. Infante will cruise to 2nd. Torrey drops down the sacrifice.
Outstanding job there by Torrey.
Pretty comfortable there.
He sure did. It's a fastball up in the zone too. Torrey able to get that bat up in an area and create a bat angle which allowed him to get the ball on the ground.
And as you anticipated, Cabrera will not bat. He's going to be walking intentionally.
Well, Jim knew this and he didn't care because of what a fielder has done lately when teams have pitched around Miggy. I cannot blame them one bit for walking Miguel Cabrera here.
No doubt.
As I was saying earlier in the game, if you're Ron Gardenhire and you go into your general manager's office after the game, how can you justify allowing this guy to beat you as hot as he is right now, regardless of what the other guys are doing?
Cabrera with a 2-run shot and an RBI single in this game. And in the month of May, he has been scalding hot.
Well, really, the month of May has been a tremendous month for Miguel Cabrera throughout his entire big league career. Since the beginning of the 2006 season, he has driven in 173 runs in May, more than anybody in baseball.
So here is Fielder now with 1 out. The other thing to consider is that Victor Martinez is out of the game. They lifted him for the pinch runner in the 7th, so Don Kelly would be next. But right now they got to get through Prince Fielder.
Ooh, nice pitch. If you weren't with us when Burton checked into the game, left-handers hitting about 100 points lower against him than right-handed batters are.
Prince 3 for 9 against him with a home run. Ball low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Fielder singled in a run as part of that 3-run 7th. The Tigers were trailing by 3.
Some guys are just born to hit. in these pressured situations, and the ability to slow the game down when it speeds up for most.
2-1. Infante led it off with a single. Hunter sacrificed him. Intentional walk to Cabrera. Off the glove. And out of the reach of the second baseman, Dozier. That'll score a run. Infante is in, and the Tigers take the lead. 7-6 Detroit.
That is now 5 hits now for Prince Fielder since Sunday night, when the opposing managers have decided to pitch around Cabrera, whether it be an intentional walk or they just kind of not give him anything to hit. That probably was going to be a double play right there.
Yeah, I think it was.
And the fact that Burton got glove on it allowed Prince to get a single and another RBI.
2 hits, 2 driven in, 41 RBIs on the year. Infante led it off with a base hit, and he has scored. First and third, only 1 out. Here's Don Kelly. He popped it up. Shallow left field. Willingham coming in. Not deep. This will not score the run. Two gone. It remains a 1-run game. Meanwhile, Jose Valverde warming up. Johnny Peralta had a huge RBI double in the 3-run 7th. Trying to knock in a 2-out run here to give Valverde a little bit of breathing room. And the Tigers tonight now 5 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Big swing there by Johnny. 15 Tigers hits in this game. They have scored 4 of their 7 runs in the last 2 innings. Tigers getting their first lead since the 2nd inning when they were up 2-1. Fouled away, and now Peralta is in an 0-2 hole.
Nice job of managing in this inning by Jim Leyland. After the Infante base hit, he knowing that if he sacrificed the out with Hunter, that would open up the base, and Ron Gardenhire would simply walk Miguel, but he still manages to win the game regardless of who's coming up and trying to create situations for Miguel. That was the right thing to do.
Meanwhile, when Papa Grande comes into this game in the 9th inning, it's going to be Mauer, Willingham, and Morneau.
See if they can get Papa Grande another run.
Would be nice. Down the right field line. Domet will run it down, and that is that. But the Tigers go ahead on the RBI single by Prince Fielder. We will go to the 9th. Tigers have the lead. either. Hopefully we're talking about a Tiger victory here when this one ends. Here's the upcoming pitching matchup presented by the Michigan Office of Highway Safety. And for tomorrow, it's going to be Anibal Sanchez against Samuel Deduno.
Deduno's got some good stuff, but he has had some control issues. At least he did last year. But he pitched some pretty good baseball for the Dominican squad in the World Baseball Classic. And, of course, Sanchez, the last time he was out there, he didn't stay out there very long. So he's been looking forward to getting his next turn.
Well, if the Tigers can win this game, it would be a hard-earned victory, and Jose Valverde is trying to put it in the win column.
He has 4 saves this year in 5 opportunities. He's got a sub-1 earned run average. The opponent's batting average, well, that's at 0.63 itself. So the numbers are there for him to close it out.
Speaking of earning a victory, he's going to have to earn it here with a 1-run lead and facing Mauer, Willingham, and Morneau. But these numbers, you surprised by this?
I am very surprised by those numbers. Valverde probably has more success against Mauer than anybody else in baseball, 1 for 14.
2 hits for Mauer in this game, came early in the contest. And the 9th inning is underway as Mauer swings at the first pitch and fouls it off.
It's the second time Joe has done that today. He takes the first pitch 9 out of 10 times.
He tried to ambush Valverde there.
Tried to do the same thing to Porcello earlier today, too.
7 runs, 15 Tigers hits tonight. 6 runs, 12 hits for the Minnesota Twins. Here's the 0-1. Mauer takes outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Porcello started, Downs, Ortega, Benoit, and now Valverde. Just a touch outside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Pena wants it in. And it's pulled right to the second baseman, Infante. 1 out. MLB.com at Bat is the #1 source for live baseball everywhere you go. It's available for iPad, iPhone, Android, even your BlackBerry 10. At Bat delivers Detroit Tigers baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, news, highlights, and a whole lot more. Text at Bat to 31826. Josh Willingham 0 for 7 career against Valverde. In for strike 1. Joe West up with the right hand.
It's a nice job there with that first pitch fastball to Willingham. That's exactly where you want to pitch him, excuse me. Don't let him hit the ball to left field. He's already done that twice, and he's left the building on 2 occasions.
That he has. One of them was a 3-run shot back in the 3rd. Stayed out there again, and the count is 1-1. Red Wings Live coming up following the conclusion of this one from the Call Sam studio. Stick around for that. All the reaction on another huge Red Wings playoff win. Just off the plate. Cowboy Joe had a long look, decided not to pull the trigger on it. 2-1.
Pena had his glove right there, and Valverde was able to thread the needle, so apparently Pena's glove was off the plate.
Tiger outfield is really deep on Willingham. Checked it. Strike call. Two and 2. Off the end of the bat, foul. Well, we were delayed by about almost an hour for the start of this one here tonight. The Tigers jumped out to a 2-0 lead with a 2-run shot from Cabrera. It was all Minnesota after that. They built a lead, 5-2. Tigers have come back to take a 7-6 lead.
Just chipped away. 1 in the 5th, 3 in the 7th, 1 more in the 8th for the Tigers.
2-2 on Willingham. Valverde came into this one career against Minnesota in 29 appearances with 15 saves and an ERA of 0.57. Trying to notch another save here tonight. And again the 2-2. Popped him up. Behind the plate, Pena scampering back there. Not going to get it.
You all right?
What happened?
Crashed and burned.
I don't know if he ever got off the ground.
I don't know if the spike got caught or the knee hit the dirt, but he tumbled.
Are you all right? Whoops.
It's late.
Yes, it is.
We've had some late nights too.
And we got in late last night. 2-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Papa gets the first 2.
Today's whip of the game is brought to you by Head and Shoulders, and you don't have to go very far to take a peek at it. That last fastball by Papa Grande on the black outside. Really nice pitch, and he did a nice job against Willingham. Every single fastball was outside or right on the black of the plate on that corner.
Last chance for the Twins. It's Morneau. They have a shift on for him. Ball 1. 1 for 6 against Valverde with a couple of punch outs. Jose has gotten a ground ball and a strikeout. Morneau in this game, double hit by pitch.
Just got to keep him in the ballpark.
Back out of play, 1-1. We were talking last night about how Papa Grande has been pretty good in non-save situations, which has been an issue for him in the past.
Yep.
This obviously is a save situation. Most closers tend to have more adrenaline flowing with a save on the line, but Valverde has made strides in the other area. Here's the 1-1. Tumbler, strike called on the outer edge.
Good leadership skills there by Brian Pena. He called for that split-fingered fastball, and then he made sure Valverde get it down. He was pointing toward the dirt. They made a really good pitch, although Morneau does not think so.
No, he didn't. 1-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out.
Oh, Valverde's starting to get his swagger back.
Papa doing a dance.
Yes, he is.
Pow, pow. Down goes Morneau. And a big smile for Papa Grande. It is great to see him get that swagger back. Tigers with a comeback win here tonight. Here's the final out.
I see you, Papa.